Welcome to another exciting episode on Magic Bloodline. Today, we're exploring a captivating tale called, What If the Avengers Existed in the Harry Potter Universe? Before we begin, if you enjoy our content, please support us by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. It helps more than you know. And now, the story awaits. Chapter 1, Worlds Collide. Tony Stark's fingers danced across holographic displays, recalibrating equations faster than most humans could read them. The basement lab of Avengers Tower hummed with energy, the air charged with anticipation and the faint scent of ozone. You said, minor adjustments, Tony. This is the third hour. Steve Rogers leaned against a workbench, arms folded across his chest, shield propped beside him. His voice carried no real annoyance, just the patient observation of someone who had learned to wait through a century of ice. Tony didn't look up. Time flies when you're revolutionizing transdimensional physics, Cap. A blue glow emanated from the containment unit at the center of the lab, casting everyone's faces in ethereal light. Inside, the Tesseract pulsed like a living heart. Thor approached the unit cautiously. The Tesseract is not a toy, Stark. My father entrusted us with its safekeeping until a more permanent solution could be arranged. And that's exactly what this is. Tony spun a display toward the Asgardian. A more permanent solution. We can't keep playing hot potato with an infinity stone. If we can harness even a fraction of its energy signature. Natasha Romanoff exchanged a knowing glance with Clint Barton across the room. Last time someone tried to harness the Tesseract's energy, we ended up with a wormhole over Manhattan, she said. Bruce Banner removed his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose. This is different. We're not trying to open a portal. We're attempting to create a containment field that can permanently neutralize its ability to transport matter. Like a muzzle for a cosmic cube. Tony snapped his fingers. Exactly. Clint pushed off from the wall he'd been leaning against. I don't know, Stark. My last Tesseract rodeo ended with me becoming Loki's puppet. Call me superstitious, but maybe we should leave well enough alone. S.H.I.E.L.D. is compromised. Asgard is rebuilding. We're out of storage options. Tony finally looked up, dark circles under his eyes betraying nights of obsessive work. Unless anyone has a magic solution. The Tesseract pulsed brighter, as if responding to the word magic. Steve straightened. Tony. Relax. Normal energy fluctuation. Tony turned back to his screens. Jarvis, increase power to the dampening field by 12%. Sir, I would advise caution. The Tesseract's energy signature is showing unusual harmonic patterns. It always does that when we adjust the containment parameters. Push through. Bruce moved to another monitor, frowning at the readings. Tony, these aren't the same fluctuations. There's something different about, the Tesseract flared suddenly, its blue light intensifying to blinding white. The containment unit's glass cracked with a sound like a gunshot. Cut power. Tony shouted, lunging for the emergency shutdown. System unresponsive, sir. Thor raised Mjolnir, but Steve caught his arm. You might make it worse. A high-pitched whine filled the lab, rising in pitch until it hurt their ears. The Tesseract wasn't just glowing now, it was warping, stretching the space around it like a funhouse mirror. Everyone back. Steve ordered, grabbing his shield. Natasha drew her pistol instinctively. What good will this do? Blue energy tendrils snaked out from the cube, wrapping around equipment, monitors, and finally, the Avengers themselves. Bruce's skin rippled with green, his eyes widening in panic. Bruce, don't. Tony yelled, but it was too late. The transformation had begun. The last thing any of them saw was a brilliant flash of blue-white light, expanding outward in a perfect sphere. Then darkness. Then nothing at all. Albus Dumbledore was enjoying a rare moment of solitude in his office. The start-of-term feast had concluded hours ago, and the castle had settled into the peculiar quiet of the first night back, a silence charged with possibility. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch, head tilting in curiosity. A heartbeat later, Dumbledore felt it too, a disturbance in the castle's magical atmosphere, like a ripple across a still pond. The portraits on the walls stirred in their frames. "Headmaster," called the portrait of Dilys Derwent, "something strange is happening in the grounds." Dumbledore moved to the window, gazing out across the moonlit landscape. In the distance, near the edge of the forbidden forest, a blue light pulsed once, twice, then flared brightly enough to cast long shadows across the grounds. "Most curious," he murmured, already striding toward the door. His wand was in his hand without conscious thought. Experience had taught him that unusual magic rarely arrived with benevolent intent. Elsewhere in the castle, Harry Potter bolted upright in his four-poster bed, his scar burning as if pressed with a hot iron. The pain was different from Voldemort's presence, sharper, colder. Stranger. Ron snored obliviously in the next bed over. Harry fumbled for his glasses, slipping them on as he moved to the window. The blue light on the grounds was already fading, but his scar continued to throb. Something had arrived at Hogwarts. Something powerful. Steve Rogers came to consciousness with the taste of damp earth in his mouth. He pushed himself up, spitting out dirt, immediately assessing his surroundings with soldier's instincts. Dark trees loomed overhead. Night sky. Forest floor beneath him. The air felt different, cleaner, charged with something he couldn't identify. "Avengers, report," he called, rising to his feet. His shield was still strapped to his arm, a small mercy. A groan came from his left. "5 more minutes, Mom," Tony mumbled before his eyes snapped open. Where are we?" "Unknown forest." Steve offered a hand, pulling Tony to his feet. "Jarvis?" Tony tapped the arc reactor in his chest, which still glowed reassuringly blue. "Jarvis, you with me?" Silence answered him. "Comms are down. Whatever that cube did, it fried my tech." He looked around wildly. "Where's everyone else?" A distant roar answered his question, followed by the sound of trees splintering. "Found Banner," Steve said grimly. "I don't think that's our only problem." Tony pointed into the darkness between the trees, where pairs of glowing eyes had appeared, watching them. The eyes were set too high for wolves, too numerous for bears. "Stay behind me," Steve ordered, raising his shield. Tony laughed humorlessly. "Yeah, not happening." He tapped his wristband, and pieces of the Iron Man armor began unfolding from a backpack-sized unit attached to his belt. Within seconds, the iconic red and gold suit had assembled around him, faceplate snapping into place. "Minimal power, but the armor integrity is holding." His voice carried the metallic timbre of the suit's speakers. "Whatever knocked out Jarvis didn't completely fry my backup systems." The creatures with glowing eyes advanced, revealing themselves in the moonlight. 8-legged, larger than horses, with clicking pincers and bristling hair. "Are those spiders?" Steve asked incredulously. "Not just any spiders. Giant, nightmare-fuel spiders. Like the universe heard about my arachnophobia and decided to supersize it." Iron Man's repulsors hummed to life. "I vote we find the others before becoming spider chow." The largest spider chittered something that sounded disturbingly like human speech. The horde advanced. Steve and Tony stood back to back as the creatures closed in. The first spider lunged, and Steve's shield connected with its head with a sickening crunch. Iron Man fired repulsor blasts, their blue-white energy illuminating the grotesque scene in strobe-like flashes. "We need to move," Steve shouted, bashing another spider back. "Head toward Banner." They fought their way through the advancing horde, Steve's shield whistling through the air while Tony's repulsors carved a path forward. The spiders were relentless, climbing trees to drop from above, forcing the heroes to constantly shift their defense. "Running low on juice here," Tony warned as they pushed deeper into the forest, following the sounds of Hulk's rampage. Whatever dimensional hop we took drained the reactor. A particularly massive spider reared up before them, pincers dripping with venom. Before either could react, a blinding flash of lightning struck the creature, followed by the distinctive thud of Mjolnir returning to its owner's hand. Thor stood atop a boulder, cape billowing, electricity still crackling around him. "My friends. This forest teems with foul creatures." "You don't say." Tony retorted, blasting another spider. "Any sign of Romanoff or Barton?" "Nay, but the green one rages nearby." Thor leapt down, hammer swinging in wide arcs that sent spiders flying. "This place, it reminds me of realms I visited in my youth. There is old magic here." "Magic?" Steve echoed, skepticism clear in his voice even as he drove his shield into a spider's abdomen. A new sound cut through the chaos, the thundering of hooves. From the darkness emerged centaurs, their bows drawn and arrows nocked. "Humans and something else," one centaur announced, his voice deep and mistrustful. "You trespass in our territory." "We mean no harm," Steve called, lowering his shield slightly. "We're lost." "The stars foretold your coming," another centaur said, this one older with a palomino body. "Strangers from beyond, arriving when Mars shines brightest." Tony's faceplate flipped up. "Great, space horse astrologers. Just what this day needed." The centaur's eyes narrowed. "The metal man mocks what he does not understand. Typical human arrogance." "We seek our friends," Thor interjected. "A man who becomes a green beast, a woman with hair like fire, and an archer." The lead centaur exchanged glances with his companions. "The beast rampages northward, toward the castle. The others, we know not." "Castle?" Steve asked. Before any centaur could answer, a blinding light flooded the forest clearing. The spiders retreated instantly, disappearing into the darkness. "That's quite enough." A commanding voice spoke from behind the light. As it dimmed slightly, they could make out the figure of an elderly man with a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and flowing robes. He held what appeared to be a wooden stick, its tip glowing with white light. "Humans should know better than to wander the forbidden forest at night," the old man said, his tone both grave and curious. His piercing blue eyes moved from Steve to Tony to Thor, lingering on Mjolnir. "Though I suspect you are not ordinary humans, nor are you here by choice." "Got it in one, Gandalf," Tony said. "Now, if you don't mind pointing us toward our big green friend before he tears down whatever castle you're talking about." The old man's eyebrows rose slightly. "Your green friend is currently being contained by our gamekeeper and care of magical creatures professor. Remarkably, they seem to be calming him down. He studied them more intensely. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And you gentlemen are." Steve stepped forward, ever the diplomat. "Steve Rogers, sir. This is Tony Stark and Thor. We're with a group called the Avengers, and we've had transportation issues." "The Tesseract," Thor added. "An Infinity Stone. It has brought us here, though I know not how or why." Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes at the mention of the stone. "I see. And this stone, where is it now?" The three Avengers exchanged glances, the same realization hitting them simultaneously. "Unknown," Tony answered grimly. "And that's a problem." "Indeed." Dumbledore gestured toward a path that had not been visible before. "Come. Let us retrieve your green colleague and continue this conversation somewhere more comfortable. The forest has ears, and not all of them are friendly." As they followed Dumbledore, the centaurs melted back into the forest without another word, though their watchful eyes remained fixed on the strange procession until they disappeared from sight. Natasha Romanoff had experienced many unusual awakenings in her career: submarines, parachute malfunctions, the occasional tranquilizer dart. But materializing 15 feet above a long dining table in what appeared to be a medieval great hall, that was a new one. Gravity asserted itself immediately. She twisted in midair, landing in a crouch among shattered plates and scattered food, knives already drawn from sheaths at her thighs. Hundreds of wide eyes stared at her. Children in black robes, seated at 4 long tables. Adults at a head table, already on their feet, pointing wooden sticks at her. "Stupefy," shouted a squat woman in a hideous pink cardigan. Red light flashed toward Natasha. She rolled left, the beam striking where she'd stood, shattering a goblet. The children screamed, ducking under tables or scrambling for the exits. Ministry orders. Freeze. More adults rushed in through massive doors, all wielding those same wooden sticks like weapons. "Definitely not in Kansas anymore," Natasha muttered, assessing escape routes. High windows, enchanted ceiling showing a night sky, wait, enchanted, adults forming a perimeter. "Stop. She's with us." A familiar voice bellowed from an antechamber. Clint Barton emerged, hands raised placatingly. Behind him stood a severe-looking woman in emerald robes. "I've vouched for this man's story, Minister," the woman said to a portly man in a bowler hat who had just entered. "He appeared in my office in similar fashion. If what he says is true, preposterous." Pink Cardigan interrupted. "This is clearly a coordinated attack on Hogwarts, Minerva. These muggles somehow breached our defenses. I'd hardly call dropping uninvited into your dinner coordinated," Natasha said dryly, slowly straightening but keeping her knives visible. "Dolores, please." The woman called Minerva fixed Pink Cardigan with a withering stare. "As I was saying, Minister Fudge, if what Mr. Barton has told me is accurate, these individuals were transported here accidentally." "Transported how, exactly?" Fudge demanded, mopping his brow with a handkerchief. Clint caught Natasha's eye, giving her the slightest nod. They had worked together long enough to communicate volumes in a single look. His message was clear: play along, gather intel, these people have powers. "A device called the Tesseract," Clint explained. "It's an energy source capable of opening portals between worlds. There was an accident during containment procedures." "Ridiculous." Dolores spluttered. "Minister, this is obviously a Muggle cover story. How would Muggles possess such magic?" "It's not magic, it's science," Natasha corrected, though even as she said it, she was questioning the distinction. The floating candles overhead certainly didn't look scientific. A thin, hook-nosed man in black robes stepped forward, eyes narrowed. "Legilimens," he whispered, pointing his wand at Natasha. She felt a pressure in her mind, like fingers rifling through her memories. Training kicked in instantly, compartmentalization techniques developed to resist psychic interrogation. The pressure intensified, then broke abruptly. The man staggered back, surprise flashing across his otherwise impassive face. "Her mind is unusually defended," he reported. "But what I glimpsed suggests they are telling the truth. I saw the device, the accident." "Thank you for the mental invasion," Natasha said coldly. "Next time, ask permission." "Severus, that was unnecessary," Minerva admonished, then addressed the hall at large. "Students will return to their dormitories immediately. Prefects, lead your houses. Staff will remain." As the children filed out, many craning their necks for one last look at the mysterious intruders, Natasha made her way to Clint's side. "Where are the others?" she whispered. "Unknown. I materialized in Professor McGonagall's office about 20 minutes ago. Nearly got transfigured into a pincushion before I could explain." He nodded toward Minerva. "You just dropped in." She gestured to the ruined dinner. "Made an entrance." "This is a matter for the Department of Mysteries," Fudge was saying to a cluster of official-looking wizards. "If what they claim about this Tesseract is true," a silvery phoenix burst through the wall, soaring directly to Minerva McGonagall. When it opened its beak, Dumbledore's voice emerged, "Minerva, our visitors have more companions. One large, green, and remarkably strong. Hagrid is assisting. Please prepare the hospital wing and meet me in my office. Minister Fudge's presence would be appreciated, if he is still there. The phoenix dissolved into mist. Well, Minerva said briskly, it seems your friends have been found. Large and green. Dolores Umbridge echoed, her voice rising hysterically. Minerva, if Dumbledore has allowed a troll into the school, not a troll, Clint said wearily. Worse. Well, better. Depends on his mood, really. Minister, I must insist that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement take these intruders into custody, Umbridge pressed. Fudge looked torn, wringing his bowler hat in his hands. Dumbledore did request my presence. He straightened suddenly, puffing out his chest. Yes, I shall assess the situation personally. Dolores, contact the department. Shacklebolt, with me. A tall, bald wizard nodded solemnly. If you're planning to move us, Natasha said coolly, you should know our team specializes in getting out of containment. We'd prefer to cooperate, find our friends, and figure out how to get home with minimal property damage. Minerva McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. A sensible approach, Ms. Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff. And he's Clint Barton. Very well, Ms. Romanoff, Mr. Barton. If you'll follow me to the headmaster's office. Minister, Kingsley, you as well. As they followed McGonagall through the stone corridors of Hogwarts, past moving portraits and floating ghosts that made even Natasha's composure slip momentarily, Clint leaned close. Magic, not actual magic. We're in a school for witches and wizards. I noticed. She kept her voice neutral despite her inner turmoil. Any sign of the Tesseract? None. But if it's here, these people finding it could be worse than Hydra getting their hands on it. Why's that? Clint gestured to a suit of armor that saluted as they passed. Because they can already do the impossible. Imagine what they'd do with infinite power. Bruce Banner's transition back from the Hulk was never pleasant, but this time felt particularly disorienting. The familiar bone-deep exhaustion remained, but his surroundings were completely alien. He sat wrapped in a blanket that could have covered a small car, inside what appeared to be a giant's hut. A massive boarhound dozed at his feet, while two of the strangest individuals he'd ever encountered busied themselves around a fireplace large enough to roast an ox. One was the biggest human Bruce had ever seen, easily 11 feet tall with a wild beard and gentle eyes. The other resembled a horse from the waist down, with a human torso and a solemn, bearded face. There we are, back with us, the giant man said cheerfully, offering a bucket-sized mug. Tea will set ye right. Bruce accepted it automatically, the mug comically large in his hands. Where am I? Who are you people? Name's Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and care of magical creatures professor. The giant beamed proudly. This here's Forenza, who teaches divination. The centaur nodded solemnly. Your dual nature is most unusual, even by magical standards. Magical? Bruce echoed weakly. I'm sorry, did you say magical? Oh, course. Hagrid looked surprised at the question. What else would Hogwarts be but a magic school? Ya don't think we're some ordinary muggle place, do ya? Bruce sipped the tea, desperately wishing it contained something stronger. Right. Magic school. And, what's a muggle? Non-magical folk, Hagrid explained. Though ya certainly ain't a regular muggle, are ya? Not with that transformation. The Hulk isn't magic, Bruce said automatically. It's a result of gamma radiation exposure affecting my cellular structure and triggering a metamorphic. He stopped, recognizing their blank expressions. It's science. Complicated science. If ye say so, Hagrid said doubtfully. But green fellas who grow 10 times their size ain't what I'd call scientific. A knock at the door interrupted them. Hagrid opened it to reveal an elderly wizard with twinkling blue eyes and a silver beard long enough to tuck into his belt. Behind him stood Tony, Steve, and Thor. "Bruce!" Tony rushed in. "You're not green. That's progress." Bruce clutched the blanket tighter around his bare shoulders. "What happened? Where are we?" "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Dumbledore answered, entering the hut and conjuring comfortable chintz armchairs for everyone with a wave of his wand. "A magical institution in Scotland. Though I believe the more pressing question is, where are you from?" Thor sat forward. "We come from Midgard, what you would call Earth, but perhaps not the same Earth as yours." "Fascinating." Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with academic interest. "The multiverse theory has long been debated in magical theoretical circles. You believe your Tesseract punched a hole between dimensions?" "It's consistent with the cube's capabilities," Bruce said, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding his disorientation. "It manipulates space-time. If the containment field malfunctioned in just the right way." "We need to find Nat and Clint," Steve interjected. "And the Tesseract." "Your other companions have been located," Dumbledore assured them. "Professor McGonagall is bringing them to my office as we speak. As for your Tesseract." He hesitated. "If it arrived with you, it is likely somewhere on Hogwarts grounds. Nothing can apparate, that is, teleport, directly into the castle due to our protective enchantments." "Then we need to search the grounds," Tony said. "Preferably before anyone else finds an all-powerful cosmic cube." "Too late for that, I fear." Firenze's voice was grave. "The centaurs have been watching the skies. Mars shines unusually bright tonight. Pluto is ascendant. The stars speak of power found in darkness rising." "You get all that from stargazing?" Tony asked skeptically. "Divination is an imprecise branch of magic," Dumbledore admitted, "but when multiple signs align. I believe we should take Firenze's warning seriously." "Mayonine, what, exactly?" Hagrid asked. Dumbledore's expression grew somber. "Meaning I fear your arrival and your missing Tesseract may have already drawn the attention of the darkest wizard of our time." "Dark wizard?" Steve echoed. "Like an evil sorcerer?" "Precisely like that, Captain Rogers. His name is Lord Voldemort." Hagrid and Firenze flinched at the name. "And this Voldemort," Thor said, "he seeks power above all else. He seeks immortality, dominion, and the subjugation of all non-magical peoples," Dumbledore confirmed. "If he were to acquire an object of the power you describe, then we need to find it first," Bruce concluded, standing up despite his exhaustion. "And we need to find a way home before more of your world gets caught in our mess." A silvery cat bounded through the closed door, speaking with McGonagall's voice. "Albus, we are in your office with the other two visitors." The minister is growing impatient. "Politics," Dumbledore sighed. "Always complicating matters of true importance." He rose. "Shall we join your friends? I believe we have much to discuss and little time to do so." The Malfoy family prided themselves on unflappable composure, but even Lucius Malfoy found himself unsettled by the current gathering in his drawing room. The Dark Lord sat at the head of the table, bone-white fingers caressing his wand, while his massive snake Nagini slithered beneath the chairs, occasionally brushing against the legs of nervous Death Eaters. "Curious news reaches me," Voldemort said softly, his voice barely above a whisper yet carrying to every corner of the room. "Strange visitors at Hogwarts. A burst of power unlike any magic witnessed in generations." His red eyes gleamed. "Tell me, Severus, what have you observed?" Severus Snape sat perfectly still, his face an emotionless mask. "6 individuals, my lord. They arrived through what appeared to be a portal of blue energy. They claimed to be from another world, brought here by an artifact called the Tesseract. An artifact of power." Voldemort mused. "And what does Dumbledore make of these visitors?" "He believes their story." They are being accommodated at Hogwarts while they search for their missing companions and this tesseract. And what form does this artifact take? A cube, glowing blue. Said to contain unlimited energy and the power to tear holes between worlds. A collective murmur ran through the assembled Death Eaters. Voldemort silenced them with a raised hand. Such power. The Dark Lord's lipless mouth curved into a terrible smile. Imagine what could be accomplished with such an artifact. No more limitations of conventional magic. No more boundaries. My lord, Bellatrix Lestrange leaned forward eagerly, shall we retrieve this cube for you? Patience, Bella. Voldemort's eyes unfocused slightly, as if seeing beyond the room. First, we must locate it. I can sense its echo already, a disturbance in the magical fabric of Britain. He closed his eyes. It calls to power. It seeks a worthy wielder. Nagini raised her head, tongue flicking toward her master. Yes, Voldemort hissed, partly in Parseltongue. We shall answer its call. His eyes snapped open. Severus, return to Hogwarts. Learn all you can about these visitors and their artifact. Yes, my lord. Lucius, activate our sources in the ministry. The minister is at Hogwarts now, have your contacts report his every move. At once, my lord. Voldemort rose, and everyone at the table tensed. The timing is fortuitous. While Dumbledore and the Ministry are distracted by these otherworldly visitors, we shall accelerate our other plans. And when the moment is right. His wand twirled between his fingers. We shall claim this tesseract and reshape the world to our design. As the meeting adjourned, none of the Death Eaters noticed the strange blue shimmer that momentarily reflected in Voldemort's eyes, a color utterly foreign to his crimson gaze. Harry Potter couldn't sleep. His scar continued to prickle uncomfortably, and the strange blue light he'd glimpsed from the dormitory window nagged at his mind. Something important had happened, he could feel it. Harry. Hermione's whispered voice came from the common room as he descended the stairs. She sat huddled by the dying fire, a thick tome open on her lap. You couldn't sleep either. My scar, he explained, dropping into an armchair beside her. And that light we saw earlier. Something's happening. Ron emerged from the boys' staircase, yawning enormously. Heard you two whispering. What's going on now? That's what we'd like to know, Hermione said. She closed her book, Magical Anomalies and Unexplained Phenomena. Half the professors were summoned from the Great Hall during dinner. And have you noticed? No sign of Dumbledore all evening. Fred and George reckon there's been an attack, Ron said, slumping into a chair. Something about strangers appearing out of nowhere. Harry's hand went instinctively to his scar. Voldemort? Ron winced at the name. Dunno. But Umbridge is having kittens, running around with ministry officials. Did you see anything from the dormitory window? Hermione asked Harry. That blue light. Just the flash. But it felt. I don't know. Important. The portrait hole swung open suddenly, admitting Professor McGonagall. The three friends jumped guiltily. Potter, Granger, Weasley. She didn't sound surprised to find them awake. The headmaster requests your presence in his office. Immediately. They exchanged startled glances. Has something happened, Professor? Hermione asked as they scrambled to their feet. McGonagall's lips thinned. You could say that. Visitors have arrived at Hogwarts, most unusual visitors. The headmaster believes you should be involved in the discussions. Why us? Ron asked bluntly. McGonagall gave him a long look. Because, Mr. Weasley, trouble seems to find you three with remarkable consistency. And these visitors may represent the most unusual trouble Hogwarts has seen in some time. She gestured to the portrait hole. Come along now. And do try to maintain open minds about what you're about to witness. As they followed McGonagall through the darkened corridors, Harry felt a strange mixture of dread and anticipation building in his chest. Whatever had arrived at Hogwarts, he suspected it would change everything. Again. Dumbledore's office was more crowded than Tony had ever seen a principal's office, and he'd been sent to enough of them in his youth to consider himself an expert. Wizards in various colorful robes stood in clusters, arguing in hushed tones. Clint and Natasha had positioned themselves strategically near a window, maintaining sightlines to all entrances. Bruce, still wrapped in Hagrid's enormous blanket, sat slumped in a chair, while Steve maintained a watchful presence beside him. Thor examined the whirring silver instruments on Dumbledore's desk with fascinated curiosity. "Do not touch that, please," Dumbledore requested mildly as Thor reached for a particularly complex device. "It's monitoring the blood wards of a student, and they're delicate enough as it is." "My apologies," Thor withdrew his hand. "Your arcane science reminds me of my mother's workrooms on Asgard." "Asgard?" A bushy-haired witch nearby perked up. "As in Norse mythology?" "Mythology to you, perhaps," Thor replied with good humor. "Home to me." The door opened, and McGonagall entered, followed by 3 teenagers, a girl with bushy brown hair and 2 boys, one gangly and red-haired, the other slight with messy black hair and round glasses. Tony noticed how the room's atmosphere shifted subtly at their entrance, the adults turning toward them with expressions ranging from concern to irritation to relief. "Ah, Harry, Ron, Hermione," Dumbledore greeted them. "Thank you for joining us at this late hour." The bespectacled boy's eyes widened as he took in the Avengers. "Professor, who are they?" "These," Dumbledore said with a touch of dramatic flair, "are our visitors from another world. The Avengers, I believe they call themselves. And Avengers, may I introduce Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger, 3 students who have a particular knack for finding themselves at the center of extraordinary events." "Blimey," the red-haired boy, Ron, breathed. "Are those Muggle weapons?" "Focus, Mr. Weasley," McGonagall chided. "Another world?" the girl named Hermione asked, her scientific curiosity evident. "You mean, like, aliens?" "Not aliens," Bruce clarified. "We're human. Mostly. We're from Earth, just, apparently not this Earth." "A parallel dimension," Hermione surmised, eyes lighting up. "That's theoretically possible according to both quantum physics and certain branches of magical theory. Professor Vector's paper on magical multiversal constants suggested, perhaps we can explore the theoretical implications later, Miss Granger," McGonagall interjected. "We have more immediate concerns." "Like why I'm here at all," interrupted the portly man in the bowler hat who'd been conferring with a pink-clad witch in the corner. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, he introduced himself to the Avengers with a pompous air. "This matter clearly falls under ministry jurisdiction. Interdimensional visitors, potentially dangerous artifacts, we aren't looking for trouble," Steve said diplomatically. "We just want to find our missing cube and get home." "The cube," Harry said suddenly, his hand rising to his forehead. Does it glow blue?" The room fell silent. "Yes," Tony confirmed, studying the teenager intently. "How did you know that?" Harry exchanged glances with his friends before answering. "I saw a blue light near the forest earlier. And my scar has been hurting ever since." "Your scar?" Bruce asked. Dumbledore stepped forward. "Harry bears a connection to Lord Voldemort, a dark wizard who seeks power at any cost. If Harry's scar is reacting to your tesseract, then Voldemort may be sensing it too," Natasha concluded grimly. "Preposterous." Fudge spluttered. "You know who is not back. This is yet another attempt to spread panic and undermine the ministry." "Minister," Dumbledore said patiently, "we have discussed this at length. The evidence, circumstantial. Hearsay." Fudge's face purpled. "And now conveniently, these muggles appear with tales of powerful artifacts just when you need a distraction from your fearmongering." "Excuse me," Tony interrupted, raising a hand. Not sure what a muggle is, but I'm guessing it's not a compliment. Let's back up. You have an evil wizard problem that your government is in denial about. We have a missing cosmic power source that could level cities. Maybe we could focus on finding the cube before your Dark Lord does, and debate political points later. Fudge swelled with indignation. Now see here, he's right, Minister, said a deep, calming voice. A tall black wizard stepped forward. Whatever our disagreements about you-know-who, an artifact of great power is loose. That presents a clear and present danger. Thank you, Kingsley, Dumbledore nodded. Minister, I propose a joint operation. Your Aurors and the Order of the Phoenix, working with our visitors to locate the Tesseract. And what is the Tesseract, exactly? Hermione asked, her academic curiosity piqued. What does it do? It's an infinity stone, Thor explained. A relic from the creation of the universe itself, containing unlimited power. In the wrong hands, it could destroy this world. Ron swallowed audibly. And you lot just, lost it? Accidents happen, Tony said defensively. Especially with temperamental cosmic cubes. The important thing, Steve interjected, is that we find it quickly. Our sensors aren't working in this world, so we'll need your help. Harry stepped forward. If my scar reacts to it, maybe I can help track it. Absolutely not. The pink-clad witch finally spoke up. Potter will not be involved in this ministry operation. He is an underage wizard prone to attention-seeking behaviors and dangerous stunts. Dolores, McGonagall's voice could have frozen lava, given that the Tesseract appeared on Hogwarts grounds, and given Mr. Potter's unique sensitivity to powerful magical artifacts, his assistance may be invaluable. The boy stays out of it. Fudge declared. This is a matter for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, not schoolchildren. With respect, Minister, Clint spoke for the first time in a while, we've been tracking and securing dangerous artifacts for years. This is our mess, so we should be part of cleaning it up. Fudge's mustache quivered with indignation. You have no authority here. You're not even from our world. Which is exactly why we need to work together, Bruce said tiredly. None of us fully understands what we're dealing with. You know magic, we know the Tesseract. Dumbledore spread his hands. A reasonable proposal. The students will remain at Hogwarts under enhanced security. The Avengers will assist the Ministry and the Order in the search, with Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall coordinating from Hogwarts. A thin, hook-nosed man stepped from the shadows. Tony hadn't even noticed him lurking there. And while we search, the man said silkily, what is to prevent these visitors from simply taking the artifact and leaving our world in peril? That's not how we operate, Steve said firmly. So you claim. Severus, Dumbledore cautioned, our guests have shown only good faith thus far. Nevertheless, Snape insisted, a binding magical agreement would seem prudent. Fair enough, Natasha said coolly. We'll help you find the Tesseract, contain it safely, and protect it from this Voldemort character. In exchange, you help us find a way home. Terms acceptable to me, Dumbledore nodded. Minister. Fudge looked torn between political self-preservation and genuine concern for public safety. Finally, he gave a terse nod. The Ministry will cooperate. But under protest. And I'll have observers present at all times. Wonderful, Dumbledore clapped his hands together. Then it's settled. Our guests will be accommodated in the castle while we organize the search. Perhaps the room of requirement would be suitable, Minerva. Before McGonagall could respond, a silvery lynx bounded through the wall, speaking with Kingsley's voice despite the real Kingsley standing right there. Emergency. Azkaban breach in progress. Multiple high-security prisoners escaping. All Aurors report immediately. The room erupted in chaos. Fudge went deathly pale. Impossible. Azkaban is impenetrable. It seems, Dumbledore said gravely, that Lord Voldemort has already begun to move his pieces. The question is this a diversion, or the main event? I need to go, Kingsley said, already moving toward the door. Minister? Yes, we must address this immediately. Fudge jammed his bowler hat on his head. Dolores, remain here as ministry liaison. I expect hourly reports. As the ministry officials hurried out, Harry turned to Dumbledore. Sir, if Voldemort is breaking his followers out of Azkaban now, then he may already know about the Tesseract, Dumbledore completed the thought. Indeed, Harry. We need to move quickly, Steve said. Where do we start looking? The Forbidden Forest, Hermione suggested. If that's where you arrived, and where Harry saw the blue light. Miss Granger is correct, Dumbledore agreed. But the forest is vast and perilous, particularly at night. We've handled worse, Thor said confidently. Perhaps, Snape's voice dripped with skepticism, but the forest contains many magical creatures and dangers unknown in your world. Venturing there without magical protection would be foolhardy. Then we'll need guides, Tony concluded. People who know the forest and can handle whatever magic throws at us. The gamekeeper, Hagrid, for one, McGonagall suggested. And I believe certain members of the Order could assist. What about us? Ron asked. We've been in the forest loads of times. You will remain in the castle, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall said firmly. Harry stepped forward. Professor, if my scar is reacting to the Tesseract, I could help find it. And if Voldemort's involved, all the more reason for you to stay safe within these walls, Potter, Snape said coldly. Dumbledore held up a hand. Let us compromise. The students will assist with research and preparation but will not join the physical search, yet. If their unique insights become necessary in the field, we will reassess. Harry looked like he wanted to argue but nodded reluctantly. Now, Dumbledore continued, our visitors need rest and supplies. The search can begin at first light. With respect, Natasha said, we should start now. Every hour the Tesseract remains unsecured is an hour something could go catastrophically wrong. Dumbledore studied her for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Minerva, please organize search parties. Severus, alert the Order. Miss Umbridge, I presume you will wish to inform your ministry contacts. The pink-clad witch smiled unpleasantly. Indeed, Headmaster. I shall be watching this operation with great interest. As plans were made and the office slowly emptied, Bruce sidled up to Tony. Think we can trust these people? Tony watched Dumbledore conferring quietly with Harry. Gandalf seems solid. The ministry folks, not so much. But what choice do we have? None, Bruce sighed. I just hope this world is ready for what happens when someone finds the Tesseract first. Maybe it should be more concerned with what happens if we can't get home, Tony replied grimly. Because I'm not seeing a lot of interdimensional portal tech lying around this magic castle. Steve joined them, his expression resolute. One problem at a time. Find the cube, then worry about the way home. As the Avengers prepared to venture into the magical world beyond Hogwarts walls, none of them noticed the small, iridescent beetle perched on the window ledge, its antennae quivering with excitement before it flew off into the night. The Quibbler's printing press worked overtime, churning out a special edition that would hit Wizarding Britain like a bombshell. Xenophilius Lovegood, practically dancing with vindication, supervised as the headline took shape, Heroes from Beyond, Muggles with Extraordinary Powers Breach Dimensional Barriers. Ministry in Panic as Cosmic Cube Threatens Wizarding World Exclusive, are Raxperts to blame? Perfect, he breathed, already anticipating the subscription surge. Luna was right all along. The multiverse is real. In the corner of the print shop, a small blue glow emanated from beneath a stack of parchment, pulsing slightly, as if alive and listening. Chapter 2, Strange magic dawn crept over Hogwarts like a reluctant visitor, painting the castle towers in hues of amber and gold. In the great hall, the enchanted ceiling reflected a sky streaked with wispy clouds, but few students noticed. Their attention was fixed firmly on the strangers seated at the staff table. Tony Stark prodded a sausage with his fork, examining it as if it might contain circuit components. So all this food just appears. No supply chain, no kitchen staff hauling it up from below. House elves, Hermione corrected, unable to resist educating even interdimensional visitors. They prepare everything in the kitchens beneath us. It's essentially magical slave labor, which is why I've started SPW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Tony paused mid-bite. Magical, slaves. They're not slaves, Ron interjected through a mouthful of eggs. They like working here. Here we go, Harry muttered, recognizing the signs of an impending Hermione lecture. Before she could launch into her well-rehearsed speech, Thor's booming laughter drowned out all nearby conversation. The Asgardian held a copy of the Quibbler, shaking his head in amusement. These mortals believe I am a thunderous alien wizard hybrid. Most creative. He showed the page to Steve, who couldn't help but smile at the wildly inaccurate sketch depicting Thor with 6 arms, each holding a different lightning-charged object. At least they got your cape right, Steve offered diplomatically. Across the great hall, whispers and pointed fingers followed their every move. Students huddled over copies of both the Quibbler and the Daily Prophet, comparing the sensationalist accounts. Interdimensional interlopers, Ministry monitoring mysterious muggles, announced the Prophet's headline, beneath which Rita Skeeter had crafted a narrative equal parts alarmist and salacious. They're saying you work for Dumbledore as part of a conspiracy against the Ministry, Ginny Weasley informed them, sliding onto the bench beside her brother. And that one of you turns into a troll. Bruce sighed into his tea. Close enough. Mr. Stark. A small Ravenclaw boy had approached the table, clutching what appeared to be a hand-drawn blueprint. Is it true your armor runs on irrumpent fluid? My dad works with magical creatures, and he says nothing else could generate that kind of power without Gamp's law interference. Tony blinked. Kid, I have no idea what an irrumpent is, but my suit runs on proprietary Stark arc reactor technology. Clean energy, no. Magical creatures harmed. But that's impossible, the boy insisted. No Muggle technology works at Hogwarts. The magical field disrupts the electricity. Electricity, Hermione corrected automatically. That explains a lot, Tony muttered, tapping his inactive earpiece. Jarvis is completely offline, and the suit's operating at maybe 40% capacity. Some systems are working, others aren't. Fascinating, Arthur Weasley materialized beside them, eyes alight with enthusiasm. Muggle technology functioning within Hogwarts. Might I examine your iron suit? For Ministry research purposes, of course. It's actually a gold titanium alloy, Tony began, but Natasha cut him off. Mr. Weasley, we appreciate your interest, but we need to focus on finding the Tesseract. Right, of course. Arthur nodded vigorously. Just popped by with the advance team. Tonks and Shacklebolt are coordinating with Dumbledore now. Dreadful business, the Azkaban breakout. 10 high-security prisoners, including Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry's fork clattered onto his plate. Bellatrix Lestrange escaped. Afraid so, Arthur confirmed grimly. The Dementors have abandoned Azkaban entirely. Gone over to you-know-who, just as Dumbledore predicted. Dementors? Clint asked, instantly alert to new threat information. Soul-sucking wraiths, Harry explained darkly. They guard the wizard prison, but they're naturally drawn to despair and suffering. Perfect recruits for Voldemort. Several nearby students gasped at the name. So you've got an evil wizard gathering an army that includes soul-sucking wraiths and escaped convicts, Steve summarized, while simultaneously a cosmic power source that could level continents is lost somewhere in the area. And half the government is in denial about the first problem. That about covers it, Ron agreed cheerfully, reaching for more toast. Wonderful. Natasha's voice was desert dry. A hush fell over the hall as the doors swung open to admit Dumbledore, followed by Kingsley Shacklebolt, a purple-haired young witch, and several serious-looking wizards in official-looking robes. "Attention, everyone," McGonagall called, rising from her seat. "Due to recent events, security protocols have been enhanced. All students will remain within the castle unless accompanied by a professor. All Hogsmeade visits are suspended until further notice." A collective groan rose from the student body. Furthermore, she continued over the complaints, certain areas of the grounds have been restricted for the duration of our special investigation. The edge of the Forbidden Forest, the shores of the Black Lake, and the area surrounding the Whomping Willow are strictly off-limits. "That's where they think the cube might be," Harry whispered to the Avengers. "Your cooperation is appreciated during this unusual time," McGonagall finished. "Classes will continue as scheduled." As students reluctantly gathered their things for the day's lessons, Dumbledore approached the Avengers. "If you would join us in the antechamber. The search parameters have been established. The Forbidden Forest has been sectioned into quadrants," Kingsley explained, pointing to a detailed magical map hovering in midair. The three-dimensional projection showed the sprawling woodland, with glowing lines dividing it into search zones. "We've assigned Auror teams to each section, working with Order members familiar with the terrain." "Impressive tech," Tony commented, circling the projection. "Almost as good as my holograms." "This is a standard cartographicus charm, Mr. Stark," said the purple-haired witch. "Tonks, they'd learned. Basic Auror field equipment." She winked at him. "Though I'd love to see your Muggle version sometime." "The Centaurs have agreed to monitor the deeper sections of the forest," Dumbledore added. "Though they were reluctant to involve themselves directly in human affairs. Horse guys have a chip on their shoulder," Clint observed. "Got it. They are an ancient and proud race with legitimate historical grievances against wizard kind," Dumbledore corrected mildly. "Their assistance, limited as it may be, is valuable." Steve studied the map intently. "What about these areas? The lake and this Whomping Willow?" "Teams are already sweeping the Black Lake shoreline," Kingsley replied. "The Mare people will search the depths." "Mare people," Bruce echoed weakly. "Of course. As for the Whomping Willow," Dumbledore continued, "it is a temperamental tree. Approaching it requires specialized knowledge. It tries to kill you," Tonks clarified cheerfully. "Wicked fun to watch from a distance, though. We've assembled equipment we believe might help locate your artifact." Kingsley gestured to a table laden with curious devices. "Magical sensors, dark detectors, and artifacts sensitive to powerful magical signatures." "No offense," Tony said, picking up what looked like a brass gyroscope with too many spinning parts, "but this looks more like steampunk aesthetic than actual detection tech." "I assure you, Mr. Stark, magical detection methods can be remarkably effective," Dumbledore said. "Though perhaps combining our respective expertise might yield better results." Bruce perked up at this. "If I could understand the principles behind your detection magic, maybe I could calibrate it to the specific gamma radiation signature of the Tesseract." "Excellent suggestion," Dumbledore beamed. "Professor Flitwick would be delighted to assist with the charm work. Professor Snape's expertise in detecting magical concealments may prove invaluable as well." "What about us?" Thor asked, clearly eager for action rather than planning. "I believe your abilities would be most useful in the field, Mr. Odinson," Kingsley said. "The forest contains creatures that might prove challenging even for our most skilled wizards." "Point me to the monsters," Thor grinned, twirling Mjolnir. "They shall trouble your search no longer." "We should split up," Steve suggested. "Some of us search, others work on detection methods, and we need a team at the castle in case the Tesseract is actually here." "Agreed," Natasha nodded. "I'll stay at the castle. My skills are better suited to investigation than monster fighting anyway." "I'll join the detection team," Bruce volunteered. No offense, but the other guy in an unfamiliar magical forest sounds like a recipe for disaster. Tony, Thor, and I can join the field teams, Steve concluded. Clint. I'd like a high vantage point, the archer replied. Any tall towers with good sight lines to the forest and grounds? The astronomy tower would serve your purpose, Dumbledore suggested. Professor Sinistra would welcome the company, I'm sure. Then it's settled, Kingsley said with satisfaction. We'll begin immediately. One moment, Dumbledore raised a hand. There is the matter of how our visitors will communicate with us, given that Muggle technology functions unpredictably here. We've thought of that, Tonks said brightly, producing a handful of what appeared to be ordinary coins. Protean charm. When one changes, they all do. Basic messages can be transmitted through numerical codes. Like magical pagers, Tony observed, examining a coin. Clever, if primitive. Sometimes the simple solutions are the most elegant, Mr. Stark, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Now, shall we proceed? As they prepared to disperse, Umbridge appeared in the doorway, her toad-like smile firmly in place. Conducting the search without ministry supervision, Dumbledore. That won't do at all. Dolores, Dumbledore acknowledged her with a nod. The minister authorized this joint operation last night. And the minister has appointed me as official ministry observer, she simpered. I'll be accompanying one of the search teams. To ensure proper protocols are followed, of course. The assembled wizards exchanged glances of thinly veiled irritation. Of course, Dumbledore replied smoothly. Perhaps you'd care to join Thor and the team heading to the Eastern Quadrant? I understand there have been reports of particularly interesting magical creatures in that section. Thor looked momentarily confused before catching on. Yes. Many fearsome beasts to confront. It shall be glorious. Umbridge's smile faltered slightly. Perhaps the Western Quadrant would be more appropriate for ministry observation. As you wish, Dumbledore conceded graciously. Captain Rogers, would you mind terribly if Madame Umbridge accompanies your team? Steve's face remained impressively neutral. Not at all, sir. Excellent. Dumbledore clapped his hands together. Let us begin, then. Time is of the essence. As they filed out, Tony fell into step beside Steve. You just got saddled with the magical equivalent of a bureaucratic hall monitor. I've dealt with worse, Steve replied under his breath. Just focus on finding the cube before the bad guys do. You know, Tony mused, between evil wizards, magical forests, and an all-powerful cosmic cube, this is still only the third weirdest Tuesday I've had this year. It's Thursday, Tony. That, actually makes more sense. Bruce Banner had experienced many laboratories in his scientific career, from state-of-the-art facilities to improvised setups in third-world countries. But nothing had prepared him for the Hogwarts Charms classroom. Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who barely reached Bruce's waist, directed animated chairs and tables into new configurations with casual flicks of his wand. Candles floated overhead, providing light that somehow seemed more suitable for delicate work than any LED lamp Bruce had ever used. Fascinating, fascinating. Flitwick squeaked, examining the gamma radiation detector Bruce had cobbled together from parts of Tony's spare equipment. And this detects the invisible energies of your cube without any magical component whatsoever. That's right, Bruce confirmed, adjusting a dial. The tesseract emits a very specific gamma signature, along with several other energy types our instruments can track. The problem is, the magical field here is interfering with the electronics. Indeed, indeed. Hogwarts ambient magic tends to disrupt Muggle devices. Most intriguing that yours work at all. Flitwick waved his wand, and a piece of parchment covered in complex arithmetic equations floated over. Professor Vector has calculated the precise magical interference patterns. Perhaps we could create a shielding charm to protect your instruments. Hermione Granger, who had been excused from Transfiguration to assist with the research, raised her hand reflexively before speaking. Professor, what about incorporating the gamma detection into a magical artifact? Like how sneakoscopes detect untrustworthiness. Brilliant suggestion, Miss Granger. 10 points to Gryffindor. Flitwick beamed. Bruce removed his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. That could work. We'd need to attune a magical sensor to the specific energy signature. Do you have something like I don't know, a magical Geiger counter? A what counter? Flitwick blinked. A device that detects radiation, Hermione explained. It makes clicking sounds that increase in frequency as it gets closer to the source. Ah! Like a secrecy sensor, but for your cosmic energy instead of concealment spells. Flitwick bounced excitedly on his stack of books. We could modify a probity probe. The classroom door opened, and Snape entered, his black robes billowing behind him. I was informed my expertise was required, he said without preamble. Severus. Perfect timing. Flitwick waved him over. We're attempting to create a magical detector for the Tesseract's energy signature. Snape regarded Bruce with thinly veiled suspicion. And I presume this requires knowledge of dark detection spells. Actually, Bruce said carefully, we need something that can detect specific energy wavelengths. Professor Flitwick mentioned you're an expert in magical concealment and detection. The Tesseract may be hidden, Hermione added eagerly. Either intentionally by someone who found it, or it might have fallen into something, or been carried away by a creature. Indeed. Snape's expression remained impassive, but he approached the workbench. Show me what you've established thus far. For the next hour, the unlikely team worked in surprising harmony. Bruce explained the quantum properties of the Tesseract, while Flitwick suggested magical detection methods and Hermione bridged the terminology gap between scientific and magical concepts. Even Snape made valuable contributions, though his perpetual sneer never wavered. The principle is sound, Snape eventually declared, examining the modified secrecy sensor they'd created. But the range will be limited. Perhaps 100 meters at most. Better than nothing, Bruce sighed. How many can we make? With the available secrecy sensors, perhaps a dozen, Flitwick estimated. Though each must be individually calibrated to the specific energy signature. Which we can only approximate without the actual Tesseract to measure, Bruce concluded. Unless. Hermione hesitated, then plunged ahead. Unless we use Harry's connection. If his scar reacts to the Tesseract, maybe we could use that reaction to calibrate the sensors. Snape's expression darkened. You suggest using Potter as a detection device? Typically foolhardy Gryffindor thinking. Actually, Bruce interjected, she might be onto something. If Harry has some kind of psychic link to the Tesseract's energy, we could potentially measure that connection and use it as a reference point. I shall consult with the headmaster, Snape said after a moment's consideration. Such an approach carries risks. As Snape swept from the room, Flitwick turned to Bruce. While we await his return, perhaps you could explain more about this transformation of yours. From a charm's perspective, self-transfiguration on such a scale is most extraordinary. Bruce grimaced. It's not exactly a transformation I control. The Hulk is a separate entity, in a way. Triggered by anger, stress, danger. A fascinating magical defense mechanism. Flitwick enthused. Though I understand it can be distressing. That's putting it mildly. Bruce smiled wryly. I've spent years trying to control it, or cure it. No success so far. Hermione looked thoughtful. Have you considered that it might be impossible to cure because it's not entirely physical? If the Hulk is a manifestation of emotion given form. Miss Granger raises an excellent point, Flitwick nodded. In magical terms, what you describe bears similarities to certain emotional reactive enchantments. In severe cases of magical trauma, wizards have been known to develop similar defensive transformations. Bruce stared at them. Are you suggesting the Hulk is magical in nature? Not exactly, Hermione clarified. But maybe the gamma radiation created something that operates on principles similar to magic, a physical manifestation of psychological states. In the wizarding world, there are potions that could potentially help regulate that kind of transformation. For the first time in years, Bruce felt a flicker of hope regarding his condition. I'd be interested in learning more about those potions. I shall speak with Professor Snape, Flitwick promised. Potions is his domain, after all, and he is quite brilliant, despite his demeanor. The classroom door burst open, and Harry rushed in, followed by Ron. Hermione. There you are. We've been looking everywhere. What's happened? She asked, immediately alert to the urgency in his voice. Hagrid just got back from the forest, Ron explained breathlessly. He says something's stirring up the creatures, like they're all fleeing from something in the eastern section. Thor was assigned to the eastern quadrant, Bruce remembered, already moving toward the door. Indeed he was, came Dumbledore's voice as he entered the classroom. Along with several highly capable Aurors. However, what they've encountered appears to be beyond routine magical disturbance. The Tesseract? Bruce asked. Perhaps. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Or perhaps something, or someone, searching for it as diligently as we are. Thor had faced countless enemies across the 9 realms, frost giants, dark elves, fire demons, even the occasional rogue troll. But the creature currently circling him in the forest clearing was unlike anything in Asgardian bestiary. It resembled a horse, if horses were skeletal, reptilian, and possessed bat-like wings. Its blank, pupilless eyes fixed on Thor with unsettling intelligence. Thestral, explained Lupin, the shabby wizard who accompanied their search party. Harmless unless provoked. They're drawn to death and decay. They can only be seen by those who've witnessed death, added the witch named Tonks, her hair shifting from purple to a somber blue as she approached the creature cautiously. Most people can't see them at all. Thor nodded solemnly. I have witnessed much death in my long years. Too much, perhaps. He extended a hand toward the Thestral, which sniffed his fingers curiously before allowing him to stroke its leathery snout. A noble beast. We have similar creatures on Asgard, though ours breathe fire. Of course they do, Tonks muttered with a grin. Their search party had been combing the eastern forest for hours, encountering increasingly agitated magical creatures. Centaurs had warned them away from certain paths with unusual urgency. Unicorns fled at their approach. Even the giant spiders seemed to be migrating westward. Something's got the forest spooked, Lupin observed, checking a peculiar compass-like device. The detection charms aren't picking up your tesseract specifically, but there's definitely unusual magical activity deeper in. Then onward we shall proceed, Thor declared, hefting Mjolnir. Whatever lurks in these woods shall not deter us from our quest. Hold on, big guy, Tonks laughed. We need to proceed carefully. The eastern forest gets more dangerous the deeper you go. There are ravines, carnivorous plants, and rumors of a particularly nasty Graphorn territory. What manner of beast is a Graphorn? Thor inquired, looking more intrigued than concerned. Large, purple, tentacles around the mouth, incredibly tough hide, Lupin explained. And a particularly foul temper. Thor's grin widened. Sounds invigorating. A silver lynx Patronus bounded into their midst, speaking with Kingsley's voice, suspicious activity detected near the forest boundary with Hogsmeade. All teams converge. That's on the opposite side from here, Tonks frowned, consulting her map. It'll take ages to go around. Perhaps not. Thor twirled Mjolnir, building momentum until it hummed with power. I could transport us there more swiftly. Lupin and Tonks exchanged dubious glances. How exactly, Lupin began, but was cut off as Thor grabbed them both, one in each arm. Hold tight, my friends. Before they could protest, Thor launched them skyward, their startled yells lost in the rush of wind. They soared above the treetops, the entirety of Hogwarts and its grounds spread out beneath them like a living map. Merlin Saggy, Tonk's creative profanity was whipped away by the wind as they arced over the castle's highest tower. Fascinating method of transportation. Lupin shouted over the wind, his face a mixture of terror and exhilaration. Not quite as smooth as apparition, but far more glorious. Thor boomed, adjusting their trajectory toward a disturbance visible at the forest's edge. Tiny figures moved among the trees, flashes of light indicating spellwork in progress. Their descent was swift but controlled, Thor landing with practiced ease despite his passengers. Tonk staggered away immediately, her hair cycling rapidly through colors before settling on a queasy green. Next time, she gasped, a little warning would be nice. Kingsley Shacklebolt approached, looking impressed despite himself. Effective travel method, if unconventional. What's happening? Lupin asked, regaining his composure more quickly than Tonk's. We've tracked unusual magical signatures to this area, Kingsley explained, gesturing toward a deep thicket. When Aurors approached to investigate, they were attacked with unfamiliar spells. Dark magic, but nothing we've encountered before. Show me these adversaries, Thor demanded, Mjolnir crackling with barely contained lightning. A deafening explosion rocked the forest, sending birds scattering from trees. Through the clearing smoke, dark-robed figures advanced, Death Eaters, their masks gleaming in the dappled forest light. Find it, a woman's voice shrieked, harsh and commanding. The Dark Lord wants the cube. Bellatrix Lestrange, Lupin identified grimly, drawing his wand. Recently escaped from Azkaban, and one of Voldemort's most devoted followers. Voldemort's forces seek the Tesseract, Thor concluded. This confirms our fears. Hold positions. Kingsley ordered the Aurors forming a defensive line. Capture if possible, but do not hesitate to defend yourselves. The Death Eaters attacked first, sending a barrage of sickly-colored spells toward the Ministry forces. Aurors returned fire, their coordinated defense momentarily holding the Dark Wizards at bay. Thor observed the magical combat with keen interest. The wizards' tactics resembled Asgardian magical dueling, though the execution was distinctly Midgardian. Spells ricocheted off shields, exploded against trees, or transfigured the very ground into weapons. Fascinating battle magic, he commented to Lupin. Though your forces seem evenly matched. Perhaps I might tip the balance. Without waiting for permission, Thor strode forward, directly into the no-man's land between the opposing forces. Death Eaters turned their wands toward this new threat. Avada Kedavra. Bellatrix screamed, sending the killing curse hurtling toward Thor. The green light struck Mjolnir, which absorbed the spell with a sound like thunder. The Death Eaters froze in shock, no one survived the killing curse, let alone deflected it. Thor raised an eyebrow, examining his hammer curiously. Impressive magic, though poorly intentioned. He looked up at the stunned Dark Wizards. My turn. He slammed Mjolnir into the ground, sending a shockwave of lightning radiating outward. The Death Eaters were thrown back, their shields shattering under the Asgardian assault. What is this magic? One Death Eater cried out. Not magic, Thor corrected, advancing steadily. The power of Thor, son of Odin, god of thunder. Lightning arced from the sky, striking his hammer before he directed it toward the scrambling Death Eaters. Their hasty magical shields provided little protection against Asgardian power. Bellatrix Lestrange, however, stood her ground, her eyes wild with fanatical devotion. The Dark Lord will have the cube, she screeched. He will master its power as he masters all power. The Tesseract is not for mortal hands, Thor replied, twirling Mjolnir. It belongs in Asgard's vault. Then we shall take it from your corpse. Bellatrix raised her wand, but before she could cast, multiple cracks split the air as Death Eaters began disapparating, magical retreat. Cowards! Bellatrix shrieked, but even she recognized the battle was lost. With a final hateful glare, she vanished with a deafening crack. The forest fell silent save for the groans of injured Aurors and the few Death Eaters who hadn't escaped. Kingsley approached Thor, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. "You deflected the killing curse," he said, as if still processing this fact. "That's supposed to be impossible." Thor shrugged. "Mjolnir was forged in the heart of a dying star. It has absorbed far deadlier magics than your dark wizard could conjure." "Handy, that," Tonks commented, securing a stunned Death Eater with magical bonds. "Think we could get a few of those hammers for the Aura department?" "Unfortunately, only those worthy may wield Mjolnir," Thor explained. "Even on Asgard, few qualify." Lupin was examining the ground where the Death Eaters had concentrated their search. They were definitely looking for something. The question is, did they find it before we arrived? Kingsley cast a complex detection spell, frowning at the results. "There's residual energy here, but it's fading. If the Tesseract was here, it's gone now." "Or they have a means of concealing it from your magic," Thor suggested grimly. "Either way, this confirms that Voldemort knows of the Tesseract and seeks it actively. We need to report this to Dumbledore immediately," Kingsley decided. "And your friends should be informed as well." Thor nodded, looking up at the darkening sky. Storm clouds had gathered during the battle, responding to his powers. The situation grows more dire. If Voldemort should harness the Tesseract's power, he'd be unstoppable, Lupin finished quietly. "Not just in our world, but potentially in yours as well." The gravity of this realization settled over the group as they gathered their injured and prepared to return to Hogwarts. The search for the Tesseract had become a race against time, with the fate of multiple worlds hanging in the balance. In the Hogwarts Astronomy Tower, Clint Barton had established what Tony would have called a nest. Positioned at the highest vantage point in the castle, the archer had a panoramic view of the grounds, the forbidden forest, and the distant village of Hogsmeade. He'd set up a methodical surveillance rotation, scanning each sector with military precision despite the distracting movement of the magical staircases visible through the tower windows. The peculiar brass telescope provided by Professor Sinistra actually enhanced his already exceptional vision, allowing him to spot details that would normally require high-tech equipment. "You have remarkable eyesight for a Muggle," Sinistra commented, joining him at the parapet. "Most non-magical folk wouldn't be able to distinguish a thestral from a tree at that distance." "Part training, part natural ability," Clint replied without looking away from the telescope. "In my line of work, seeing what others miss keeps you alive." "And what line of work is that, exactly?" Sinistra asked. "When you're not avenging?" Clint smiled slightly. "Let's call it specialized security consulting." Sinistra didn't seem convinced but didn't press further. "Any sign of your missing cube?" "Nothing obvious. But there's definitely something happening in the eastern forest." He adjusted the telescope slightly. "Your colleagues are engaging hostiles." Sinistra peered through her own telescope. "Death Eaters," she confirmed grimly. "And that lightning, is that natural?" "That's Thor." Clint straightened. "Looks like they found trouble, if not the Tesseract." The magical coin in his pocket heated suddenly. Clint retrieved it, watching as numbers appeared on its surface. "Alert code," he muttered. "All search teams are being recalled to the castle. Enemy contact confirmed." "I should inform the headmaster," Sinistra said, already moving toward the tower stairs. "Wait," Clint called, his attention caught by movement near the edge of the Black Lake. "Someone's approaching the school from the lake side. Not part of any search team." Sinistra returned to her telescope. "That's the giant squid surface, no, beside it." "You're right, there's someone there." Clint focused the telescope with practiced precision. A lone figure in dark robes stood at the lake's edge, stooped as if examining something on the shore. As he watched, the figure straightened abruptly, holding an object that emitted a faint blue glow, visible even at this distance. "The Tesseract," Clint breathed. "Someone's found it." He was moving before Sinistra could respond, taking the spiral stairs 3 at a time, communicator coin clutched in his hand as he tried to remember the alert code for Tesseract located. By the time he reached the base of the tower, he'd decided direct action would be faster than magical messaging. Clint sprinted through the corridors, startling students and ghosts alike. He nearly collided with Natasha as she emerged from the library. "Whoa, where's the fire?" she asked, immediately alert to his urgency. Tesseract. Black Lake. Unknown person. He didn't waste time with complete sentences. South Shore, near the giant tree. Natasha fell into step beside him. Friendly. Unknown. Not part of our search teams. They burst through the castle's main doors, hitting the grounds at a full run. In the distance, they could see the figure still examining the glowing object. "No clear shot from here," Clint muttered, wishing for his bow, which he'd left in the tower during his surveillance rotation. "We'll approach carefully," Natasha decided. "Might be a student who doesn't know what they've found." They slowed to a walk as they neared the lake, attempting to appear casual while closing the distance. The figure, a man, they could now see, remained absorbed in the glowing object. "Excuse me," Natasha called when they were within speaking distance. "We need to talk about what you're holding." The man turned, revealing a thin face dominated by protuberant eyes and wispy blonde hair. Far from appearing alarmed, he looked delighted at their approach. "Ah! The interdimensional visitors themselves. How fortuitous." He beamed at them. "Xenophilius Lovegood, editor of the Quibbler. I was just contemplating whether your quantum displacement might have been influenced by Raxpert interference." Clint's eyes fixed on the object in Lovegood's hands. It resembled the Tesseract in its blue glow, but as he drew closer, he realized it was actually a peculiar crystal paperweight containing what appeared to be miniature storm clouds. "That's not our cube," he said flatly. "Oh. You mean this isn't your Tesseract?" Lovegood held up the paperweight, looking mildly disappointed. "Pity. It's a Raxpert detector, quite rare. Found it washed up on the shore just now." Natasha's professional smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "Mr. Lovegood, have you seen anything unusual around the lake? Any objects that might be glowing blue, cube-shaped, about this big?" She indicated the approximate size with her hands. Lovegood tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Can't say that I have, but my daughter Luna mentioned unusual ethereal disturbances near the Forbidden Forest last night. Said the Thestrals were most agitated." "Luna is your daughter?" Clint asked, recalling the dreamy-eyed blonde girl who had earnestly explained the existence of Nargles to him at breakfast. "Indeed. Remarkable witch, my Luna. Sees things others miss." Lovegood pocketed the strange detector. "If you're hunting your cosmic cube, you might consider that objects of power often attract magical creatures. Particularly those sensitive to dimensional disturbances." Despite the man's eccentric demeanor, Natasha recognized the potential value in his perspective. "Which creatures specifically?" "Thestrals, certainly. Perhaps demiguises, though they're not native to Scotland." Lovegood's gaze drifted to something over their shoulders. "Ah, but you might ask her directly." "Luna. Over here, dear." They turned to see the blonde girl approaching, her wand tucked behind her ear, carrying what appeared to be raw meat in a bucket. "Hello, Father," she greeted serenely. "Hello, Miss Black Widow and Mr. Hawkeye." Clint blinked in surprise. They hadn't introduced themselves by their code names to any of the students. Luna smiled at their confusion. "The Nargles told me. They're quite informed about interdimensional visitors. Luna, these delightful people are searching for their Tesseract," Xenophilius explained. "I suggested the Thestrals might have insights." "Oh yes," Luna nodded seriously. "That's why I brought the meat. Thestrals are more cooperative when fed." She gestured toward the forest edge, where several of the skeletal, winged horses had emerged, their blank eyes fixed on the bucket she carried. "You're going to ask the death horses if they've seen our cube?" Clint clarified skeptically. "They see many things others don't," Luna replied, already moving toward the creatures. "And they're drawn to powerful magic. If your cube is as special as everyone says, the Thestrals would certainly notice it." Natasha and Clint exchanged glances, the universal spy team communication of, "This is ridiculous but we have no better leads." They followed Luna to the forest edge, where she was already feeding strips of raw meat to the eager Thestrals. "There you are," she cooed to the largest one. "Now, have you seen a glowing blue cube? About this big, very powerful." The Thestral snorted, nudging her pocket. "No, not dirigible plums," Luna corrected patiently. "A cube. From another world." To Clint and Natasha's amazement, the Thestral snorted again, then turned and began walking purposefully into the forest, pausing to look back at them expectantly. "I believe he wants us to follow him," Luna said, as casually as if this were a perfectly normal method of investigation. "You're saying this death horse understands English, knows what the Tesseract is, and wants to show us where it is?" Clint's voice dripped skepticism. "Thestrals understand intentions more than words," Xenophilius explained, joining them. "And they're naturally drawn to objects of power, especially those connected to death or other realms. The Tesseract has opened portals between worlds," Natasha noted thoughtfully. "If these creatures are sensitive to that kind of disturbance, it's worth a shot," Clint conceded. "But we should alert the others first." He pulled out the enchanted coin, tapping it in the sequence they'd been taught to indicate a possible lead. Within moments, the coin heated in response, acknowledgement received. "We'll follow the Thestral," Natasha decided. "But stay alert. This forest has already proven dangerous." "Oh, don't worry about that," Luna said cheerfully, leading them after the waiting creature. "The truly dangerous parts are much deeper in." "That's not reassuring," Clint muttered. As they followed Luna and the Thestral into the forest, neither spy noticed the small water beetle that had been perched on Xenophilius's collar, now taking flight to follow them. Nor did they see the raven watching from a nearby tree, its two intelligent eyes tracking their movement before it launched into the sky, winging its way toward parts unknown. In the Ministry of Magic, deep within the Department of Mysteries, an unspeakable named Croaker stood before his superior's desk, his expression grave beneath his hood. "The energy readings are unprecedented," he reported, placing a scroll of parchment covered with complex magical formulas on the desk. "Whatever this object is, it doesn't conform to any known magical artifact profile." The head unspeakable, a witch whose name was known to fewer than 5 people in the wizarding world, examined the calculations with a frown. "And you're certain these readings originated from Hogwarts?" "Without question. Our detection arrays registered the initial surge 2 nights ago. Since then, we've detected several smaller emanations, moving throughout the region." Croaker hesitated. "The magical signature bears certain similarities to objects currently under study in the Death Chamber." The head unspeakable looked up sharply. "The veil?" "Yes. The dimensional resonance patterns are comparable, though exponentially more powerful. If these readings are accurate, this object could potentially breach the barrier between life and death itself. Or between worlds," the head unspeakable murmured, recalling Fudge's reluctant report about interdimensional visitors. "Has the minister been informed of your findings?" "Not yet. Given the political complexities surrounding Hogwarts currently, I thought it prudent to consult you first." "A wise decision." She steepled her fingers, considering. "Prepare a team. I want our best researchers and field operatives ready to deploy to Hogwarts within the hour. The official purpose will be routine inspection of temporal anomalies." "And the actual purpose?" "To secure this object before anyone else does, be it Dumbledore, Fudge, or those who would use its power for darker ends." She rose from her desk. "I'll handle the minister personally. In the meantime, activate Protocol Pandora." Croaker's expression betrayed his alarm, even beneath his hood. Protocol Pandora. But that's only for Class C existential threats. Precisely, the head unspeakable replied grimly. Because if I'm right about what's arrived at Hogwarts, the very fabric of our reality may be at risk. Tony Stark had never considered himself an outdoorsman. Hunting in his vocabulary involved corporate acquisitions, not trudging through muddy forests looking for cosmic artifacts. Yet here he was, armor splattered with unidentifiable substances, following a wizard with a wooden leg and a magical eye through increasingly dense undergrowth. "Your detection spells find anything yet, Captain Hook?" he asked Moody, who'd been scanning the forest floor with his enchanted eye for the past hour. "Nothing matching your cube's description," Moody growled. "And it's Mad Eye, not Captain Hook, Stark. My mistake. The peg leg threw me off." Steve shot Tony a warning look. "We appreciate your help, sir. This terrain is challenging." Their search party had been combing the western quadrant of the forest without success. The magical detectors occasionally sparked or whistled, but never maintained a consistent signal. Even Tony's modified armor sensors detected only ambient energy, nothing with the Tesseract's signature. "This is getting us nowhere," Tony muttered, flipping up his faceplate to wipe sweat from his brow. "We need a more systematic approach." "We've been systematic," countered Umbridge, who had insisted on accompanying them despite her obvious discomfort in the forest. Her pink cardigan was now smeared with dirt, her usually neat hair disheveled. "Ministry protocol dictates a standard grid search pattern for, with respect, ma'am," Steve interrupted with military politeness, "we're not searching for a lost wand. The Tesseract emits specific energy signatures and distorts spacetime. Traditional search patterns might not be effective." "I suppose you consider yourself an expert on magical artifacts now, Captain Rogers?" Umbridge's saccharine tone couldn't disguise her disdain. "No, ma'am. But I have experience with the Tesseract specifically. Constant vigilance." Moody barked suddenly, his magical eye swiveling wildly. "Something's approaching. Fast." Tony's faceplate snapped back into place as Steve raised his shield. Umbridge fumbled for her wand, nearly dropping it in her haste. A silver Patronus, a lynx, bounded into their midst, speaking with Kingsley's voice, "Death Eaters encountered in Eastern Quadrant. Thor engaged. Search suspended, all teams return to castle immediately." "Death Eaters?" Umbridge's voice rose an octave. "Impossible. The minister has made it clear that rumors of Death Eater activity are greatly exaggerated." "Tell that to the Death Eaters," Moody growled, already turning back toward the castle. "Come on, we need to regroup." They had barely taken 3 steps when Tony's armor sensors blared a warning. "Energy spike," he announced, turning toward the source. "Not Tesseract specific, but definitely not natural." "Where?" Steve demanded. Before Tony could answer, the air 20 feet ahead of them rippled like heat over asphalt. Reality itself seemed to fold inward, and a tall, skeletal figure stepped through what appeared to be a tear in space itself. Lord Voldemort stood before them, his serpentine features betraying no emotion as his red eyes surveyed the search party. Behind him, the tear sealed itself with a sound like tearing silk. "Impossible," Umbridge whispered, her face draining of color. "You're dead. You can't be here. Your ministry's denial has always been its greatest weakness, Dolores," Voldemort remarked, his voice high and cold. "But I have not come for you." His gaze shifted to Tony and Steve. "I have come for them, and what they seek." Moody had his wand raised, but even he seemed momentarily frozen by Voldemort's sudden appearance. "How did you breach the school's protective enchantments? Conventional magic cannot contain one who has transcended conventional limitations." Voldemort raised a long-fingered hand, in which he held what appeared to be a wand, but embedded within it was a fragment of glowing blue crystal. "That's Tesseract energy," Tony said quietly to Steve. "He's already found a piece of it." "Not the whole cube?" Steve asked. "No, a fragment. A splinter." Perceptive, for a Muggle, Voldemort commented, having overheard them despite the distance. Indeed, I have only acquired a taste of what your Tesseract offers. But even this small fraction has granted me insights. Insights? Tony's voice carried the metallic timbre of his suit's speakers. Like what a terrible nose job looks like. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in a cold smile. Your weapon suits are impressive, but primitive. Technology attempting to mimic what magic achieves effortlessly. He turned his attention to Steve. And you, the soldier out of time. How curious to find another who has cheated death, albeit through cruder means than my own. Steve's jaw tightened. How do you know about us? Your arrival tore the fabric between worlds, Voldemort explained, beginning to circle them slowly. Such disturbances echo across many planes of existence. I felt it immediately. And when my followers recovered this fragment from the forest edge, I knew precisely what had occurred. Moody fired a stunning spell without warning, but Voldemort deflected it with casual ease. Alastair Moody. Still predictable after all these years. If you want the Tesseract, you'll have to go through us, Steve declared, shield raised. A confrontation would be premature, Voldemort replied. I merely wish to see Dumbledore's new champions for myself. To understand what manner of beings have brought such power to my doorstep. Tony's repulsors hummed as they charged. Not sure if you've been briefed, but we specialize in taking down megalomaniacs. It's kind of our brand. Indeed. Voldemort seemed almost amused. Perhaps you should reconsider your allegiances. Your power, combined with mine, could reshape not just this world, but countless others. Hard pass, Tony replied. I don't do the whole ally with obvious villains thing. Makes for awkward Christmas cards. Voldemort's expression hardened. A pity. Though not unexpected. He raised the splinter-embedded wand. Remember this moment when you realize Dumbledore cannot protect you, just as he cannot protect Potter. You stay away from the kid, Steve warned, his voice carrying the authority that had commanded men through war. The boy's fate was sealed long before your arrival, Captain, Voldemort said dismissively. As for the Tesseract, it calls to power. And I shall answer. With a sudden gesture, Voldemort sent a wave of blue-tinged energy outward. Tony fired his repulsors instinctively, while Steve crouched behind his shield. The energies collided in a blinding flash, the concussive force knocking them all backward. When their vision cleared, Voldemort was gone. What the hell was that? Tony demanded, running diagnostics on his suit. Several systems had temporarily gone offline from the energy surge. That, Moody said grimly, hauling himself back to his feet, was the darkest wizard of our time. And he's just become significantly more dangerous. Umbridge remained on the ground, shock evident on her toad-like face. The minister must be informed, she whispered. He must know. That Voldemort's back and now has access to a power source from another dimension. Tony finished for her. Yeah, that seems like relevant information for your government. Steve helped Umbridge to her feet, his expression grim. We need to get back to the castle immediately. If Voldemort has even a fragment of the Tesseract, then the entire game has changed, Moody concluded. And not in our favor. As they hurried back toward Hogwarts, Tony's thoughts raced through potential scenarios, none of them good. A megalomaniacal wizard with even partial access to Tesseract energy presented a threat level that exceeded their worst-case projections. And based on Voldemort's confident demeanor, he was only getting started. For the first time since their arrival in this magical world, Tony felt a chill of genuine fear. Not for himself, but for what might happen if they failed to recover the Tesseract before Voldemort unlocked its full potential. The race against time had just become a sprint toward apocalypse. Bruce Banner had experienced many different laboratory environments throughout his scientific career, but working in the Hogwarts Potions dungeon was uniquely disorienting. Floating candles provided inconsistent light, ingredients preserved in murky jars lined the walls, and the entire room smelled of herbs, chemicals, and something indefinably magical. The principles are not entirely dissimilar to biochemistry, Snape was explaining as he measured precise amounts of silvery liquid into a cauldron. Though potions operate on multiple levels simultaneously, physical, magical, and occasionally temporal. Fascinating, Bruce murmured, genuinely intrigued despite the circumstances. So this potion might actually help regulate the Hulk transformation. The draft of peace, modified with certain, experimental components. Snape's long fingers worked with surgical precision. It won't cure your condition, but it may grant you greater control over the transition between states. Harry, who had been drafted to assist them after Dumbledore approved the plan to use his connection to calibrate the Tesseract detectors, watched the proceedings with poorly concealed dislike. His history with Snape was evidently complicated. Add the powdered moonstone, Potter, Snape instructed without looking up. And try not to contaminate it with your incompetence. Harry's jaw tightened, but he measured the silvery powder carefully and added it to the cauldron, which began to emit a silvery vapor. Now, Dr. Banner, we must attune the potion to your specific physiology, Snape continued. A drop of blood, if you please. Bruce hesitated only briefly before extending his finger toward the small silver knife Snape offered. Will my unique blood chemistry affect the potion? That is precisely why it's required, Snape confirmed. The potion must recognize the dual nature of your condition to properly address it. A single drop of Bruce's blood fell into the simmering cauldron. The silver vapor instantly turned emerald green, swirling in patterns reminiscent of DNA helices. Remarkable, Snape murmured, studying the reaction. Your condition manifests even at the cellular level. Gamma radiation alters DNA permanently, Bruce explained. The Hulk isn't a separate entity so much as an alternative expression of my own genetic material. Yet you speak of this Hulk as having a distinct personality, Snape observed, adding a counterclockwise stir to the cauldron. It's complicated, Bruce admitted. Psychologically, I experience the Hulk as other, a separate consciousness that emerges when I lose control. Not unlike certain magical conditions, Snape mused. Werewolves, for instance, describe a similar duality. Professor Lupin, Harry blurted out, then looked as if he regretted speaking. Snape's expression soured further. Indeed. Lupin's affliction bears certain parallels, though his transformation is triggered by lunar cycles rather than emotional states. The dungeon door burst open, and Hermione rushed in, breathless. Professor! Harry! They're back, and you won't believe what's happened. Miss Granger, Snape's voice could have frozen lava, we are in the midst of a delicate brewing process. Sorry, Professor, but it's urgent. Mr. Stark and Captain Rogers encountered you-know-who in the forest. And he has a piece of the Tesseract. The stirring rod in Snape's hand stilled momentarily, the only indication of his surprise. The Dark Lord himself appeared. Yes, sir. And Thor battled Death Eaters on the other side of the forest. Everyone's gathering in the headmaster's office now. Bruce's heart rate increased, a condition he monitored constantly. A piece of the Tesseract? Not the whole cube. That's what Mr. Stark said, Hermione confirmed. A fragment embedded in you-know-who's wand. That suggests the cube shattered during transport, Bruce theorized, his scientific mind already analyzing possibilities. Infinity stones aren't easily broken, but the dimensional transition could have destabilized its matrix. Which means there are more pieces to find, Harry concluded grimly. Indeed. Snape extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron with a wave of his wand. This potion must simmer for 37 minutes precisely. We will resume afterward. Potter, do not touch anything in my absence. They hurried from the dungeon, navigating the winding corridors toward Dumbledore's office. As they approached, Bruce noted the heightened tension evident in the guards positioned at intervals, both wizards in aura robes and members of the Order of the Phoenix. Inside, Dumbledore's office had been transformed into a war room. A three-dimensional map of Hogwarts and its surroundings hovered in the center, with glowing markers indicating search areas and incident locations. The Avengers had gathered on one side, their expressions grim as Tony recounted their encounter with Voldemort. "Literally stepped through a tear in space," he was saying as Bruce entered. "Not unlike the portal the Tesseract created in New York, but smaller, more controlled." "And he knew who we were," Steve added. "Details he shouldn't have had access to." Thor nodded gravely. "The Tesseract can grant visions, glimpses across time and space. Even a fragment would provide significant insight." "If the cube shattered during transportation," Bruce said, joining the conversation, "there could be multiple fragments scattered across the area." "That tracks with the energy readings," Tony agreed. "We've been getting inconsistent signals because we're not dealing with a single source anymore." Dumbledore, who had been listening silently, finally spoke. "This development changes our approach considerably. Lord Voldemort with even a portion of an Infinity Stone presents an unprecedented threat. He's already breached Hogwarts' protective enchantments," McGonagall pointed out, her Scottish accent more pronounced in her distress. "Protections that have stood for 1,000 years. And broken his followers out of Azkaban," Kingsley added. "The Ministry is in chaos. Fudge can no longer deny Voldemort's return, but now faces the additional crisis of explaining an interdimensional threat to a public already on the edge of panic." "Where are Natasha and Barton?" Bruce asked, noticing their absence. "Following a lead with Luna Lovegood," Tony replied, drawing confused looks from several wizards. "Apparently Deathhorses might be able to track the Tesseract. Just another Tuesday in Wizardland." "Thestrals do possess unusual magical sensitivities," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Miss Lovegood's intuition, while unconventional, is frequently insightful." The door opened again, admitting a harried-looking Arthur Weasley. "Albus. The Ministry is sending a delegation from the Department of Mysteries. They'll be here within the hour." Something about Protocol Pandora. Several of the wizards exchanged alarmed glances. "What's Protocol Pandora?" Steve asked, instantly alert to the reaction. "It's a Ministry contingency for existential magical threats," Kingsley explained grimly. "Only activated 3 times in recorded history. The unspeakables are empowered to take whatever measures they deem necessary to contain the threat, without oversight. Including memory modification and extrajudicial detention," Arthur added unhappily. "Fudge must be desperate to authorize it. Or somebody's pulling strings beyond Fudge's reach," Moody suggested. "The Department of Mysteries operates under its own authority in many respects." Bruce felt the familiar tension headache that preceded Hulk episodes. "So now we have a dark wizard with Tesseract fragments, the magical government declaring a state of emergency, and the cube itself still missing. And we're no closer to finding a way home," Tony added. Dumbledore raised a hand for quiet. "We must proceed strategically. First, we modify our search parameters to locate Tesseract fragments rather than the whole cube. Dr. Banner, has your work with Professor Snape yielded detection methods?" "We've calibrated several magical sensors to the Tesseract's energy signature," Bruce confirmed. "Using Harry's connection as a baseline. They should be more effective now that we know we're looking for fragments." "Excellent. Second, we must prepare for the unspeakable's arrival. I suggest transparency, up to a point. They need not know all details of our interdimensional visitors. And third," Steve said, stepping forward, "we need a defense plan. If Voldemort can breach Hogwarts protections using Tesseract energy, this castle is no longer secure." "Agreed," Dumbledore nodded. "Professor McGonagall, please inform the staff to prepare evacuation protocols for the students, should it become necessary." "The students?" McGonagall looked alarmed. "Surely it hasn't come to that yet, Albus. Merely a precaution, Minerva. Better prepared than surprised." The enchanted map in the center of the room suddenly pulsed, a blue light appearing at the edge of the forbidden forest. "Energy signature detected," Tony announced, checking a device he'd integrated into his armor. Tesseract frequency, but smaller than the full cube. That's near where Natasha and Clint were headed, Bruce realized. With Luna, Harry added, concern evident in his voice. Before anyone could respond, a silver Patronus bounded into the room, a hare, speaking with Luna's dreamy voice, found something blue and glowy. Thestral's very excited. Eastern Forest Clearing. Also, we're surrounded by people in masks. Quite rude of them, really. The room erupted into activity. Thor immediately swung Mjolnir, ready for action. Where is this clearing? I shall retrieve our comrades. I know where they are, Harry said urgently. It's where we met the Thestrals before. Near where Hagrid takes care of magical creatures sometimes. Harry, you will remain here, Dumbledore said firmly. But, no arguments, McGonagall reinforced. Mr. Odinson, Hagrid can guide you directly. I'm going too, Steve declared, shield already secured to his arm. As am I, Snape said unexpectedly. I have experience with the individuals likely surrounding them. Tony's armor whirred as panels shifted into battle configuration. Jarvis is mostly offline, but the suit's combat systems are functional. I'm in. Albus, McGonagall turned to Dumbledore, if you know who is already breaching the grounds, I am well aware of the implications. Minerva, Dumbledore's voice remained calm, but a dangerous power now radiated from him, a reminder that beneath the twinkling eyes and eccentric exterior lay perhaps the most formidable wizard alive. Kingsley, alert your aurors. Arthur, delay the unspeakables if possible. The rest of you, follow me. As they moved toward the door, Bruce hung back. I should stay. If the other guy makes an appearance without control. Actually, Snape interjected, the potion we prepared will be ready in precisely 4 minutes. If you're willing to risk an experimental brew, it might grant you the control you need. Bruce hesitated only briefly before nodding. Let's do it. The clearing was eerily beautiful in the fading afternoon light. Thestrals circled overhead, their skeletal forms silhouetted against the darkening sky. At the center, a jagged fragment of the Tesseract, roughly the size of a deck of cards, pulsed with hypnotic blue energy, partially embedded in what appeared to be the remains of a fallen tree. Don't touch it directly, Clint warned as Luna reached toward it with fascination. Cosmic artifacts tend to be handsy with organic matter. It's singing, Luna observed dreamily. Can't you hear it? Like whispering stars. Natasha maintained a defensive posture, scanning the surrounding forest. We need to secure it and get back to the castle. I brought a container, Luna said, producing what appeared to be a child's lunchbox decorated with moving illustrations of magical creatures. Daddy enchanted it to hold spectral entities. Should work for interdimensional objects too. Worth a try, Clint conceded. Better than touching it directly. As Luna carefully maneuvered the lunchbox toward the fragment, Natasha tensed suddenly. We're not alone. The warning came just as dark-robed figures emerged from the trees, forming a circle around the clearing. Death Eaters, their masks gleaming in the Tesseract's blue light. Step away from the artifact, commanded a cold, aristocratic voice. Lucius Malfoy removed his mask, platinum hair almost luminous in the strange light. The Dark Lord requires it. That's not happening, Clint replied, drawing the emergency wand Dumbledore had provided him, not as good as his bow, but better than nothing in a magical fight. Ah, the Muggle pretending to be a wizard, Malfoy sneered. How quaint. These aren't ordinary Muggles, Father, came a younger voice as Draco Malfoy stepped into the clearing, looking simultaneously terrified and determined to prove himself. They're the ones who fought the Chitauri in New York. Natasha's eyes narrowed. How does a wizard teenager know about classified Earth events from another dimension? Draco smirked, though fear still showed in his eyes. The Dark Lord shares what he learns from the cosmic fragment. Showed us memories of your world, your battles, your weaknesses. Then he should have warned you to bring more guys, Clint replied, assessing the situation tactically. 8 Death Eaters that he could see, probably more hidden. Bad odds, especially protecting a civilian. Luna, meanwhile, had continued calmly attempting to secure the Tesseract fragment, apparently unconcerned by the standoff. "Miss Lovegood," Lucius said silkily, "I suggest you step away from that artifact if you wish to avoid the fate that befell your mother. Experimental magic can be so unpredictable." For the first time, Luna's dreamy expression hardened. "My mother knew the risks of exploration. So do I." With a swift movement, she closed the lunch box around the fragment. The effect was immediate and violent. Blue energy surged outward, knocking everyone back. The Thestrals shrieked overhead, diving toward the clearing as if drawn by an irresistible force. Malfoy recovered first, raising his wand. "Enough games." Avada, a bolt of lightning struck the center of the clearing, momentarily blinding everyone. As vision returned, Thor stood in a smoking crater, Mjolnir raised, expression thunderous. "You dare threaten my friends?" he boomed, electricity crackling around him. The Death Eaters hesitated, clearly unprepared for an angry Asgardian. Their moment of indecision proved costly as Iron Man descended from above, repulsors firing with precision to disarm several dark wizards simultaneously. "Cavalry's here," Tony announced, landing beside Natasha. "Package secure?" "In the lunch box," she replied, nodding toward Luna, who was clutching the container protectively despite being knocked to her knees by the energy surge. The clearing erupted into chaos as more Avengers and Order members arrived. Steve's shield ricocheted between Death Eaters with mathematical precision. Dumbledore appeared with a crack of apparition, his wand work so swift and complex it seemed like a continuous flow of magic rather than individual spells. "Protego Maxima!" Lucius shouted, raising a powerful shield between the Death Eaters and the advancing heroes. "Draco, the artifact! Now!" The younger Malfoy darted toward Luna, who scrambled backward, still clutching the lunchbox. Before he could reach her, a massive green figure burst through the trees, roaring with enough force to shake leaves from branches. The Hulk had arrived, but something was different. His eyes, while still blazing with rage, held an awareness usually absent in his transformed state. "Hulk! Protect!" "Cube," he articulated with obvious effort, positioning himself between Luna and the Death Eaters. Draco froze, face draining of color. "Father? Disapparate!" Lucius ordered, already vanishing with a crack. Most Death Eaters followed suit, disappearing instantly. 2 weren't fast enough, one caught by Steve's shield, another bound by Dumbledore's silent spell. As quickly as it had begun, the skirmish ended, leaving the clearing smoking and torn from magical combat. The Hulk stood protectively near Luna, breathing heavily but not rampaging as he typically would after transformation. "Banner?" Tony approached cautiously, faceplate raised. "You in there, big guy?" The Hulk grunted, eyes focusing on Tony with recognition. "Stark. Hulk. Control. Potion. Works. Well, I'll be damned," Clint muttered. Magical anger management actually worked. "Partially, at least," Snape observed, arriving at the edge of the clearing. "The balance is precarious. I wouldn't expect it to last indefinitely." Luna, remarkably unfazed by the enormous green being protecting her, held up the lunchbox. "The fragment is secure, but it doesn't like being contained. I can hear it, protesting." Dumbledore approached, extending his hand. "May I, Miss Lovegood?" Luna relinquished the container. Dumbledore examined it carefully before addressing the group. "We must return to the castle immediately. This fragment must be properly contained before." The lunchbox shuddered violently in his hands, the metal warping as blue light leaked from its seams. "Down!" Steve shouted, raising his shield just as the container exploded in a burst of Tesseract energy. When the light faded, Dumbledore stood unharmed, now holding the fragment directly in his bare hand, surrounded by a nimbus of his own magic that contained the Tesseract energy. His expression was grave. Most remarkable, he murmured, studying the fragment. It resists conventional containment, almost like a sentient force. Because it is sentient, after a fashion, Thor explained, approaching cautiously. The infinity stones are more than mere objects. They are fundamental aspects of existence itself, given physical form. Then perhaps. Dumbledore closed his eyes, focusing intently. The magical barrier around the fragment shifted, becoming more complex, adapting to the energy patterns pulsing within. Yes, I see now. It requires containment that respects its nature rather than simply opposing it. Albus, McGonagall warned, having arrived with the second wave of Order members, the unspeakables will be here any moment. If they see you handling such an object directly. A valid concern, Minerva. With another complex gesture, Dumbledore conjured what appeared to be a crystal vial, etched with runes that shifted and rearranged themselves continuously. He carefully guided the fragment into the vial, which sealed itself with a flash of combined blue and silver light. That should suffice temporarily, he announced, pocketing the vial. Now we must. A series of precise cracks announced multiple apparitions as a dozen black-robed figures appeared at the clearing's edge. Unlike the Death Eaters, these individuals wore no masks, but their faces were obscured by enchanted hoods that concealed all features except their mouths. Unspeakables, Moody identified grimly. A tall figure stepped forward, voice magically modified to be neither identifiably male nor female. By authority of Ministry Decree Pandora, we are assuming control of this incident and all artifacts related to the interdimensional breach. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Dumbledore replied pleasantly, though his stance subtly shifted to one more defensive. This artifact is uniquely dangerous and requires specialized handling. Which the Department of Mysteries is equipped to provide, the unspeakable countered. Your cooperation is mandatory, not optional, Headmaster. Thor stepped forward, Mjolnir crackling with restrained lightning. The Tesseract is not of your world. It falls under Asgardian protection. Your jurisdictional claims hold no weight here, the unspeakable replied without emotion. Protocol Pandora supersedes all other authorities when existential threats are identified. The Hulk growled, clearly agitated by the confrontation. No take cube. The situation balanced on a knife's edge. The Avengers and Order members outnumbered the unspeakables, but magical combat in proximity to a Tesseract fragment risked catastrophic consequences. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested, ever the diplomat, a compromise. The fragment remains at Hogwarts, secured jointly by my protections and your department's expertise. Our interdimensional visitors, who understand the artifact best, maintain access to study it. The Ministry maintains oversight through designated observers. The lead unspeakable conferred silently with colleagues before responding. Conditional acceptance, pending full briefing on the nature of the artifact and examination of your containment methods. Any detection of additional fragments falls under joint jurisdiction. Acceptable, Dumbledore nodded. Now, shall we return to the castle? This clearing has seen enough excitement for one day. As the tense standoff dissolved into uneasy cooperation, Tony approached Steve. You know what this means, right? If the cube shattered into multiple fragments. We're looking at a magical scavenger hunt with potentially world-ending consequences if we miss even one piece, Steve finished grimly. And Voldemort already has at least one fragment. The Hulk, still maintaining unprecedented control, rumbled, find all pieces. Smash bad wizard. Eloquently put, big guy, Clint agreed, patting the Hulk's massive arm cautiously. Though I'm still freaked out by you being conversational. Luna approached the Hulk without fear, looking up at him with fascination. Your aura has the most interesting pattern I've ever seen. Two souls, intertwined but distinct. The Raxperts avoid you completely. The Hulk blinked down at her in confusion. Tiny moon girl strange. Thank you, Luna replied sincerely. That's the nicest thing anyone said to me all week. As they made their way back toward Hogwarts, the tesseract fragment safely contained for now, no one noticed the small water beetle that had observed the entire confrontation, now flying swiftly toward Hogsmeade with the journalistic scoop of a lifetime. Nor did they notice the raven watching from a distant tree, its crimson eyes gleaming with unnatural intelligence before it took wing, heading toward a manor house where Lord Voldemort awaited news of the latest developments in the battle for the Infinity Stone that could reshape both their worlds forever. Harry Potter couldn't sleep. Again. His scar prickled constantly now, a low-level burn that flared whenever he thought about the tesseract fragments. In the common room, long after midnight, he found Hermione still awake, surrounded by a mixture of magical texts and notes from her collaboration with Bruce Banner. "Any progress?" he asked, collapsing into an armchair beside her. "Some," she replied, rubbing tired eyes. "The magic science interface is fascinating, Harry. Dr. Banner's understanding of gamma radiation has completely revolutionized my approach to certain transfiguration theories." "That's great, but I meant progress on finding the remaining fragments." "Oh." Hermione's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. "The detection spells are working better now that we have a contained fragment as reference. Professor Flitwick and Dr. Banner have created specialized sensors that combine magical and scientific principles. But nothing yet. The Scottish Highlands are vast, Harry. And if the fragments are being actively concealed..." She hesitated. "There's something else. Something the adults aren't telling us." Harry leaned forward. "What?" Dr. Banner let slip that the tesseract fragments seem to be moving. Like they're drawn to each other. Or to people with certain magical signatures. Like Voldemort, Harry concluded grimly, his hand unconsciously rising to his scar. "And possibly..." Hermione hesitated again. "Me," he finished. "That's why my scar burns around the fragments. That's why Dumbledore won't let me join the search teams. He's protecting you, Harry. Or keeping me from something I need to face." Harry stood abruptly and moved to the window, gazing out at the moonlit grounds. "Voldemort's after these fragments. He already has one. What happens when he gets more? What happens when he has them all?" "The Avengers seem to think it would be catastrophic," Hermione said quietly. "Thor described the Tesseract as having the power to reshape reality itself. Then we can't afford to wait for the adults to figure things out." Harry turned back to face her, decision made. "We need to find the remaining fragments ourselves." "Harry, no. That's exactly what Dumbledore is trying to prevent." "Then Dumbledore should be more forthcoming with information." Harry's voice was hard with the accumulated frustration of months of being kept in the dark. "If my connection to Voldemort lets me sense the fragments, then I'm the best person to find them." "It's too dangerous," Hermione insisted. "Especially with Umbridge watching our every move." "Since when has danger stopped us?" came Ron's voice from the stairway. He descended into the common room, already dressed despite the late hour. "I heard everything. And I'm with Harry." "You were eavesdropping?" Hermione accused. "Couldn't sleep," Ron shrugged. "Harry's scar problems are giving me sympathetic insomnia." Despite the tension, Harry smiled briefly. "We need a plan. We can't just wander the grounds hoping to stumble on fragments. We need help," Hermione admitted reluctantly. "Someone with equipment and knowledge we don't have." "The Avengers," Ron suggested. "They seem decent, for interdimensional muggles. That Stark bloke reminds me of Fred and George, but with more money and better toys. And Thor's basically a friendly beater with a magic hammer," Harry added, warming to the idea. "You're both missing the obvious," Hermione sighed. "If we're going behind Dumbledore's back, we need someone who specializes in breaking rules while remaining undetected." The three friends exchanged knowing looks. "The twins," they said in unison. "And we'll need one more thing," Harry added, moving to his dormitory stairs. "Something that shows every corner of Hogwarts." As he retrieved the Marauder's map from his trunk, Harry felt the burning in his scar intensify. Somewhere in the distance, he sensed Voldemort's growing excitement. The Dark Lord was planning something involving the Tesseract fragments. And for the first time, Harry felt not just pain through their connection, but something new, a hunger for power that wasn't entirely Voldemort's own. The Tesseract fragments were affecting them both, calling to them with promises of unlimited potential. The race for the remaining pieces had truly begun. And the fate of not just one world, but two, hung in the balance. Chapter 3, The Enemy of My Enemy. The Room of Requirement had transformed itself into a war room worthy of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s finest tactical centers. A massive table dominated the center, displaying a three-dimensional map of Hogwarts and the surrounding areas. Glowing blue markers indicated confirmed Tesseract fragment locations, one in Dumbledore's office, secured in its runic container, and another with Voldemort, location unknown. Tony Stark circled the table, his fingers dancing through holographic interfaces that shouldn't have worked within Hogwarts' magic-saturated environment. Yet somehow, the room had accommodated his technological needs. Fascinating, he muttered, not for the first time. This room is basically reconfiguring reality based on user requirements. If I could reverse engineer the principles behind it. Focus, Tony, Steve reminded him gently. The super soldier stood at parade rest, studying the map with the strategic eye that had helped win World War II. We still have multiple fragments unaccounted for. At least 4, by my calculations, Bruce added, looking more rested than he had in days. The magical potion that had granted him partial control over the Hulk had an unexpected side effect. He could now transition between forms with greater ease, reducing the physical toll. Based on the energy readings and the relative size of the fragments we've recovered. Thor nodded grimly. The Tesseract would not have shattered easily. Such an event is unprecedented in the history of the Infinity Stones. Maybe unprecedented in your universe, suggested George Weasley, who, along with his twin Fred, had joined the clandestine meeting at Harry's request. But mixing an infinity what's-it with Hogwarts magic might have caused some seriously unexpected reactions. Like when we tried mixing Billywig stings with fizzing whizbees, Fred added. Blew up half the dormitory and turned everyone's hair purple for a week. Different scale, guys, Natasha noted dryly from her position by the door, where she maintained a sightline to the corridor outside. The Marauder's map lay open beside her, allowing her to track potential interruptions. We're talking about cosmic power, not magical pranks. The principle's the same though, isn't it? Ron argued. Different magical systems interacting in unpredictable ways. Hermione looked up from the ancient tome she'd been consulting. Ron's right, actually. The Tesseract's energy signature is completely alien to our magical framework. It's like trying to translate between languages that have no common root. Clint, who had been silently observing from a perch atop a bookshelf, the room had helpfully provided one at the perfect height, finally spoke. All this theoretical discussion is great, but we're running out of time. Voldemort's had his fragment longer than we've had ours. If he figures out how to use it. He's already using it, Harry said quietly, rubbing his scar. The constant burning had intensified over the past 24 hours. I can feel it. He's experimenting. The room fell silent at this pronouncement. Experimenting how? Bruce asked carefully. It's hard to explain, Harry struggled to articulate the sensations bleeding through his connection to Voldemort. It's like he's testing boundaries, pushing against walls between. I don't know, between realities. And he's gathering his forces. Death Eaters, Giants, Dementors. He's planning something big. A direct assault on Hogwarts? Steve suggested. Harry shook his head. I don't think so. Not yet. He wants more fragments first. He knows one isn't enough for whatever he's planning. Which brings us back to the original problem, Tony refocused them. We need to find the remaining fragments before Snakeface does. We've been searching for days, Fred pointed out. The grounds, the forest, Hogsmeade. Nothing. Because we've been looking in the wrong places, Luna Lovegood's dreamy voice came from the corner where she sat cross-legged, apparently meditating. No one had invited her specifically, but when Harry, Ron, and Hermione had arrived with the twins, she had simply been there, as if the room itself had summoned her. All eyes turned to her. "What do you mean, Luna?" Hermione asked, trying to keep the skepticism from her voice. Luna opened her eyes, which seemed more silver than gray in the room's magical light. "The fragments aren't just physical objects. They're like echoes of something larger. They resonate with each other, yes, but also with certain places." "Places with what characteristics?" Bruce leaned forward, genuinely interested. "Places where reality is already thin," Luna explained as if it were obvious. "Where boundaries between worlds naturally overlap." Like the room of requirement itself, Harry realized suddenly. "Exactly," Luna beamed at him. "And there are other places at Hogwarts with similar properties. The Chamber of Secrets. The Astronomy Tower at midnight during certain celestial alignments. The 7th floor corridor where the Vanishing Cabinet once stood. The Department of Mysteries," Hermione added, comprehension dawning. "Especially the Death Chamber with the veil." "That actually makes sense," Bruce nodded slowly. "If the Tesseract fragments are drawn to nexus points where dimensional barriers are already permeable. Then we need to check all these locations," Steve concluded, straightening. "There's a problem," Natasha pointed out. "Some of these places are heavily monitored. The Department of Mysteries is in the Ministry itself. The Chamber of Secrets is accessible only to Parselmouths. And with Umbridge watching Harry's every move. Leave Umbridge to us," Fred and George exchanged identical mischievous grins. "We've been saving something special for her," Fred explained. "A proper magical distraction," George added. "Portable swamp, prototype version. Combined with a few carefully timed wildfire whiz-bangs. And perhaps a strategic Niffler release in her office." "Guys," Tony interrupted, looking impressed despite himself. "I love the enthusiasm, but we need coordination, not chaos." "Why not both?" Clint suggested from his perch. "A coordinated chaos operation. Multiple teams, hitting multiple locations simultaneously, with enough distractions to keep Umbridge and the Ministry observers chasing their tails." Steve nodded approvingly. "Divide and conquer. Basic battlefield strategy." "We'll need to split up," Bruce agreed. "And we'll need those detection devices we developed with Flitwick." Already ahead of you, Hermione produced a cloth bag from which she withdrew what looked like golden snitches, but with additional enchanted components attached. "Modified detection spheres. They're attuned to the specific energy signature of the Tesseract fragment we recovered." Tony took one, examining it with professional appreciation. "Not bad, Granger. The magical world's answer to a quantum fluctuation detector." "I've made 6, Hermione said. "One for each search team." 6 teams, 6 locations, Steve said, military planning mode fully engaged. "We'll coordinate timing to maximize confusion among potential hostiles." "And what about Dumbledore and the Order?" Ron asked nervously. "They're not going to just let us wander off on a fragment hunt." "Leave Dumbledore to me," Harry said with unexpected firmness. "He's been avoiding me all year, but he won't be able to ignore this. Not when I tell him about the connection I'm feeling to the fragments." "Are you sure that's wise, Harry?" Hermione looked concerned. "If Voldemort can sense the fragments through you, then he can sense them through me regardless of whether Dumbledore knows about it," Harry pointed out. "At least this way, we have the Order's resources backing us up." Thor, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. "The boy is right. This is no longer a mere recovery mission. We face an enemy wielding power beyond mortal comprehension. We will need every ally we can gather." The solemnity of his words settled over the room. For a moment, even Fred and George looked serious. "All right," Steve said, taking command naturally. Let's assign teams and targets. Thor, you and Harry take the astronomy tower. Your respective connections to interdimensional travel and the Tesseract fragments make you our best chance there. Thor nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. We shall not fail. Bruce, you and Luna check the room of requirement itself. If fragments are drawn to reality-thin locations, what better place than a room that literally bends reality to its user's needs? Logical, Bruce agreed. And if things get green, at least I'll be in a containment-friendly environment. Natasha, you and Hermione take the library's restricted section. Based on what the Unspeakables said about ancient accounts of objects similar to the Tesseract, there might be something there. Hermione practically vibrated with excitement at being paired with the master spy for a library mission. Clint, you're with the twins. 'Cause your distraction, then check the 7th floor corridor and surrounding areas. Disaster Twins and Hawkeye, Tony smirked. What could possibly go wrong? Ron, you'll accompany Tony to the Chamber of Secrets, Steve continued, ignoring the interruption. Me? Ron squeaked. But I can't open it. You need a parcel mouth. Harry can open it before he heads to the astronomy tower, Tony pointed out. And I need someone who knows the layout and history of the place. My suit can handle any leftover basilisk problems. And what about you, Captain? Natasha asked. Steve's expression hardened. I'm going to the Department of Mysteries. Alone? Bruce looked alarmed. That's suicide. It's the headquarters of the Unspeakables. Not alone, came a new voice as the room's door opened to admit Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. He'll have company. Harry's face lit up. Sirius. What are you doing here? It's not safe. Safe? Sirius barked a laugh. When has anything worth doing ever been safe? Besides, Dumbledore called in the order for emergency assistance. Something about interdimensional fragments and Voldemort gaining cosmic powers. He winked at Harry. Your godfather may be a wanted criminal, but I still have my uses. Dumbledore knows about our plan? Hermione asked, surprised. Dumbledore knows everything that happens at Hogwarts, Lupin replied with a small smile. Or nearly everything. He's already coordinating with Kingsley to get us ministry access. So much for our secret mission, Ron muttered. Oh, I wouldn't say that, Sirius grinned wolfishly. The official mission is a ministry inspection tour for Captain Rogers as an interdimensional diplomatic courtesy. What we actually do once we're inside is entirely our business. Steve studied the two marauders with newfound respect. Reminds me of the Howling Commandos. Sneaking behind enemy lines under official cover. Speaking of which, Lupin added, we should move quickly. The distraction is scheduled to begin in 30 minutes, and we all need to be in position. As they gathered their equipment and prepared to depart, Harry pulled Tony aside. There's something I haven't told the others, he said in a low voice. Something about the fragments. Tony's expression grew serious. Let me guess. They're not just calling to Voldemort. They're calling to you too. Harry blinked in surprise. How did you know? It's written all over your face, kid. The same look I get when I'm near something I shouldn't touch but desperately want to. Tony sighed. The Tesseract has that effect. It promises power, solutions, answers. But trust me when I say the price is usually higher than you want to pay. It's not just that, Harry admitted. I think the fragments are somehow connected to my link with Voldemort. When I'm near one, the connection gets stronger. I can sense him more clearly, but it works both ways. He can sense me too. Which means you're essentially a walking Tesseract detector, Tony concluded grimly. But also a beacon broadcasting your location to Magic Hitler. Pretty much. Tony studied the young wizard for a moment. Does Thor know about this? No. Just you, now. Tell him before you head to the astronomy tower. He has more experience with infinity stones than any of us. If anyone can help you manage this connection, it's Thor. Tony paused, then added more gently, and Harry. Be careful. Power like the Tesseract, it changes people. Sometimes before they even realize it's happening. Harry nodded solemnly. I will. And Tony? Find that fragment in the chamber. I have a feeling it's important. As the assembled teams prepared to disperse, the atmosphere in the room of requirement was charged with determination and nervous energy. They were about to embark on what might be their most dangerous mission yet, a coordinated hunt for cosmic fragments across magical nexus points, with two worlds hanging in the balance. What none of them realized was that elsewhere in the castle, Lord Voldemort's most devoted servant was already making her move, setting in motion events that would bring both heroes and villains into a final, catastrophic confrontation. The astronomy tower stood silent and empty as Harry and Thor ascended the spiral staircase. Classes had been cancelled for the day, officially due to interdimensional research requirements, but Harry suspected the real reason had more to do with the increasing frequency of magical disturbances throughout the castle. Your celestial observation point is most impressive, Thor commented, gazing around at the astronomical instruments. On Asgard, we have similar towers, though ours are equipped with far-seeing enchantments that allow us to observe other realms directly. Professor Sinistra would probably love to hear about that, Harry replied, setting up the detection sphere Hermione had provided. It hovered above his palm, spinning gently as it calibrated to the tower's magical ambience. She's always complaining about the limitations of telescopes. Thor moved to the parapet, looking out over the Hogwarts grounds. The forbidden forest stretched into the distance, its dark canopy stirring in the spring breeze. Beyond it, the mountains rose in majestic silhouette against the afternoon sky. Your world has great beauty, the Asgardian observed. Different from my home, but no less magnificent. I wouldn't really know, Harry admitted, joining him at the parapet. I've never seen much of the world outside Hogwarts and Surrey. And Surrey's nothing special, believe me. Thor regarded him thoughtfully. You remind me of myself, in younger days. Confined to a realm I thought small, eager for greater horizons. I can't imagine you ever being confined anywhere, Harry said with a small smile. You're literally a god. God is a strong word. We Asgardians live long and possess great power, but we are born, we live, and eventually, we die. Just like humans. Thor's expression grew more serious. Stark mentioned you wished to speak with me about your connection to the Tesseract fragments. Harry hesitated, then nodded. When I'm near them, I can feel them. Not just physically. It's like they're calling to me, specifically. And it makes my connection to Voldemort stronger. This connection, it existed before the Tesseract arrived. Yes. Since I was a baby. When he tried to kill me and couldn't, it created some kind of link between us. I can sometimes see through his eyes, feel what he feels. Thor's expression darkened. Such connections are rare and dangerous, even in the magical traditions of Asgard. A binding of souls. Dumbledore won't tell me much about it, Harry said, frustration evident in his voice. Just that Voldemort transferred some of his powers to me that night. Thor placed a heavy hand on Harry's shoulder. The Tesseract, like all Infinity Stones, responds to certain individuals more strongly than others. Those with innate power, with destiny, with purpose. If you and this Voldemort share a connection, it makes sense that the fragments would resonate with you both. So how do I block it? I don't want him in my head, especially not when we're hunting fragments. I know not if such a connection can be fully blocked, Thor admitted. But perhaps it can be directed. The Tesseract responds to will, to intention. When it calls to you, what does it offer? Harry considered this. Power. Protection for my friends. A way to stop Voldemort for good. Noble desires, Thor nodded. Focus on those intentions when you feel its pull. The tesseract may be neutral in itself, but it amplifies the nature of those who wield it. Your heart is good, Harry Potter. Let that guide your interaction with its power. The detection sphere suddenly hummed more intensely, its spinning accelerating as it drifted toward the eastern side of the tower. Both Harry and Thor followed it quickly. It's found something, Harry said, excitement and apprehension mingling in his voice. The sphere stopped beside an ancient stone gargoyle that decorated the tower's edge. As they watched, it began to pulse with blue light, matching the rhythm of something hidden within the stone creature. There, Thor pointed to a faint blue glow emanating from the gargoyle's eye socket. The fragment has embedded itself within the statue. Harry approached cautiously, the burning in his scar intensifying with each step. The gargoyle's stone features seemed to shift subtly, becoming more lifelike as he drew near. Be wary, Thor warned. Magical constructs often develop awareness when exposed to power like the tesseracts. As if confirming his words, the gargoyle's head slowly turned toward them, stone grinding against stone. Its eyes, one normal, one glowing blue with tesseract energy, fixed on Harry. Seeker, the gargoyle spoke, its voice like grinding rock. You come for the shard of worlds. Harry swallowed hard but stood his ground. Yes. We need to take it somewhere safe. The gargoyle studied him with ancient stone eyes. Many have sought the power within me. None have proven worthy. We do not seek its power for ourselves, Thor interjected, stepping forward. The fragment must be reunited with others of its kind to prevent catastrophe in this realm and beyond. Catastrophe, the gargoyle repeated thoughtfully. Yes. I have felt the disturbances. The thinning between worlds. It returned its gaze to Harry. You share blood with the other seeker. The one of fractured soul. Voldemort, Harry confirmed grimly. He already has a fragment. If he gets more, the consequences would echo across realities, the gargoyle finished. I have guarded this tower for 8 centuries, watching the stars, listening to the whispers of cosmic forces. This fragment came to me 3 nights past, drawn to the tower's connection to celestial magic. Will you relinquish it to us? Thor asked directly. I am Thor, son of Odin, protector of the 9 realms. I give my word it shall be used only to restore balance. The gargoyle was silent for a long moment. Then, with a sound like sighing stone, it spoke again. I will yield the fragment, but not without cost. Power such as this requires sacrifice. Harry tensed. What kind of sacrifice? A memory, the gargoyle replied. One of significance. Freely given, not taken. A memory? Harry echoed, confused. Thor looked troubled. This is old magic. Ancient beyond even Asgardian reckoning. The exchange of the immaterial for the material. I'll do it, Harry decided quickly. What do I need to do? Harry, Thor cautioned, be certain. The loss of a significant memory is no small thing. We need that fragment, Harry insisted. And Voldemort's not going to stop for some mystical exchange ritual. He'll just take what he wants. The gargoyle's stone lips curved in what might have been a smile. The contrast between seekers grows clearer. Very well, Harry Potter. Place your hand upon my head and think of the memory you offer. Harry hesitated, trying to decide what memory he could bear to lose. Not his parents in the mirror of Erist, those were too precious, too few. Not his times with Ron and Hermione, they formed the core of who he was. Perhaps. Choose with care, the gargoyle advised. The memory will not be destroyed, merely transformed. It will become part of the tower's magic, living on in stone rather than mind. Taking a deep breath, Harry made his decision. He thought of the graveyard, of Cedric's death, of Voldemort's rebirth, the nightmare that had haunted him for months. Not to forget that it happened, but perhaps to be free of the visceral horror, the crushing guilt. He placed his hand on the gargoyle's cool stone head. The effect was immediate and disorienting. Harry felt the memory being gently but firmly extracted, not like the violent tearing of a Dementor's attack, but more like water being drawn through a filter. The images remained, but the emotional weight, the terror, the overwhelming guilt began to separate from the factual recollection. The gargoyle's eyes glowed brighter, and Harry felt the tower itself seem to shift around them, as if absorbing the emotional essence of his offering. When the process completed, he stepped back, feeling strangely lighter. "It is done," the gargoyle announced. Slowly, it reached up with one stone talon and extracted the glowing fragment from its eye socket. "The shard of worlds passes to you, seekers of balance. Use it wisely." Thor accepted the fragment, immediately enclosing it in a small containment device he brought for this purpose. The enchanted box, created by a collaboration between Asgardian knowledge and wizarding craft, sealed with a soft click. "We thank you, Guardian of the Tower," Thor said formally. "The exchange is complete," the gargoyle replied, settling back into its original position. Before it fully returned to an animation, it added, "Beware, Harry Potter. The Dark Seeker moves even now. Your worlds approach a convergence point from which there may be no return." With those ominous words, the gargoyle went still, once again just an ancient stone decoration overlooking the Hogwarts grounds. Harry stood silent for a moment, processing the strange experience of having a memory transformed. The facts of the graveyard remained intact in his mind, he could recall every detail of what had happened, but the emotional trauma had been lifted, replaced by a more distant, almost academic recollection. "Are you well, Harry Potter?" Thor asked with concern. "Yeah," Harry replied, surprised to find it was true. "Actually, I feel clearer somehow. Like I can think about certain things without being overwhelmed by them." He touched his scar, which still burned, but somehow felt more manageable. "We should get back. Let the others know we found a fragment." As they turned to leave, a massive explosion rocked the castle from somewhere far below, followed by what sounded like firecrackers and outraged shouting. "I believe," Thor said with a smile, "that your friends the Weasley twins have begun their distraction." "Right on schedule," Harry agreed. "Let's hope everyone else is having as much luck as we are." The Chamber of Secrets hadn't changed since Harry's second year, still vast, dimly lit, and dominated by the enormous statue of Salazar Slytherin. The basilisk skeleton remained where it had fallen, picked clean by time and whatever creatures inhabited the dark corners of Hogwarts' oldest chamber. Tony Stark surveyed the cavernous space with professional appreciation, his armor's external lights illuminating the ancient stonework. "I've got to hand it to your magical founding fathers," he remarked to Ron, who stood nervously beside him. "When they built a secret chamber, they didn't mess around. This place is engineering genius, especially for something constructed 1,000 years ago." "It's bloody creepy is what it is," Ron muttered, wand held tight in his white-knuckled grip. "Last time I was down here, my sister was nearly dead and Harry was fighting a giant snake. Speaking of which," Tony gestured toward the basilisk skeleton, "mind if I take a sample of that for analysis? Bruce would have a field day with magical serpent DNA." "Be my guest," Ron shuddered. "Just don't expect me to touch it." While Tony collected a small fragment of basilisk fang, Ron activated their detection sphere. It hovered uncertainly for a moment before beginning to drift toward the far end of the chamber. "We've got something," Ron called, following the sphere with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Tony rejoined him, faceplate sliding back into place. "Jarvis, run spectral analysis on the energy signatures in this chamber." "Limited functionality available, sir," came the AI's voice, somewhat distorted by the magical interference. "Detecting unusual energy concentrations approximately 30 meters ahead, near the base of the central statue." "That's Slytherin himself," Ron informed him. "Supposedly the greatest of the Hogwarts founders, if you ask any Slytherin student." "Greatest meaning what, exactly?" Tony asked, scanning the statue as they approached. "Most powerful. Most ethical. Best fashion sense. Most pure-blood obsessed," Ron replied darkly. He's the one who thought only purebloods should learn magic. Wanted to keep muggleborns out of Hogwarts. That's why he built this chamber and left the basilisk behind, as a way to purify the school someday. Tony's expression hardened behind his faceplate. Ah. So he's magical Hitler Sr. Charming. They reached the base of the statue, where their detection sphere was now spinning rapidly, emitting a high-pitched tone. The signal was coming from somewhere beneath the stone platform on which the statue stood. There's a hidden compartment or tunnel here, Tony said, his suit's sensors mapping the structure. The fragment is inside, but I'm not seeing an obvious access point. Ron frowned, thinking. If this was Slytherin's personal chamber, maybe it needs. He hesitated, then asked, "Can your suit record sounds and play them back?" Of course. What did you have in mind? When Harry opened the chamber, he had to speak Parseltongue, snake language. Maybe there's another password for this compartment. Smart thinking, Weasley. Tony nodded approvingly. But we don't have a recording of Harry speaking snake, do we? No, but... Ron's expression brightened. I heard him do it once, to open the locket. I might be able to mimic it. Worth a try. Ron cleared his throat, then produced a series of hisses and guttural sounds that bore little resemblance to human language. Nothing happened. Sorry, he grimaced. It didn't sound right. Let me try something else, Tony said, kneeling to examine the stone more closely. Jarvis, scan for anomalous materials in the surrounding stonework. After a moment, Jarvis responded, detecting traces of an unknown metallic alloy embedded in the base of the statue, sir. Composition does not match any known terrestrial metal. Tesseract energy can alter matter at the molecular level, Tony mused. The fragment might have partially merged with the statue's foundation. He placed an armored hand against the stone. I'm reading energy fluctuations consistent with Tesseract radiation. It's in there, all right. Ron shuffled nervously. So how do we get it out? We could try asking nicely, came a dreamy voice from behind them. Both men whirled around to find Luna Lovegood standing calmly beside the basilisk skeleton, examining it with mild interest. Luna. Ron spluttered. What are you, how did you? The castle told me you might need help, she replied simply. The castle told you, Tony repeated flatly. As in, the building spoke to you. Not in words, exactly, Luna clarified, approaching them. More in feelings and impressions. Hogwarts is semi-sentient, you know. Not fully aware like a person, but not entirely unconscious like an ordinary structure. She tilted her head, studying the statue. It's worried about what's happening. The fragments are causing disturbances in its magical foundations. Tony exchanged a glance with Ron, who just shrugged as if to say, that's Luna for you. Okay, Castle Whisperer, Tony said, deciding to roll with it. Any suggestions for accessing this compartment without Parseltongue? Luna knelt beside the stone base, running her fingers along its surface. Salazar Slytherin wasn't just focused on blood purity. He was also fascinated by ancient magic, the kind that existed before wands and structured spells. Magic based on will and intent. She closed her eyes, pressing her palm flat against the stone. The fragment wants to be found. It's calling out. We just need to. Her voice trailed off as she concentrated. To Ron and Tony's astonishment, the stone beneath Luna's hand began to glow with a faint blue light. Slowly, a section of the platform receded, revealing a small chamber beneath. Inside, nestled on a bed of what appeared to be tarnished silver, lay a tesseract fragment approximately the size of a playing card. How did you do that? Ron asked, wide-eyed. Luna opened her eyes, looking mildly surprised herself. I just listened to what it wanted and helped it happen. Tony approached the fragment cautiously. No offense to your magical intuition, but let me scan this before anyone touches it. Tesseract fragments can be temperamental. His armor's sensors analyzed the fragment for several seconds. Unusual energy configuration, Tony noted. This piece seems more stable than the others we've encountered. Almost as if it's been deliberately contained by the silver alloy surrounding it. Goblin silver, Luna identified, peering at the metal. It absorbs properties of whatever it comes in contact with to make itself stronger. It must have been absorbing and regulating the Tesseract energy. That's actually brilliant, Tony admitted. A self-adapting containment matrix. He carefully extracted the fragment and placed it in the specialized containment device they'd brought. Slytherin may have been Magic Hitler Sr., but he knew his materials science. He wasn't always terrible, Ron said reluctantly, as they prepared to leave the chamber. At least, that's what Hermione says. Before the big falling out with the other founders, he made major contributions to magical theory. Especially regarding the relationship between intent and outcome. Intent and outcome, Tony repeated thoughtfully. That's essentially what the Tesseract responds to, the will of the user directing cosmic energy toward specific results. Luna nodded serenely. That's why Voldemort wants it so badly. His intent is exceptionally focused. Single-minded, even. And that's what makes him dangerous, Tony concluded grimly. A megalomaniac with unwavering purpose, armed with cosmic power. As they made their way back toward the chamber's entrance, a distant rumbling reached them, followed by what sounded like multiple explosions. Ron grinned. Sounds like Fred and George's distraction is in full swing. Let's hope it's buying the others the time they need, Tony said. Because we've just significantly improved our fragment count, which means Voldemort will be feeling the pressure to find the remaining pieces, Luna finished, her dreamy demeanor briefly replaced by genuine concern. And he's not known for his patience or restraint when frustrated. The Department of Mysteries was eerily silent as Steve Rogers, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin made their way through its labyrinthine corridors. Their official tour cover had gotten them past the Ministry's main security, but Kingsley had warned them that the unspeakables operated under their own authority and might challenge them regardless of paperwork. This place gives me the creeps, Sirius muttered, keeping his wand ready. And I spent 12 years in Azkaban, so that's saying something. The department exists to study the fundamental mysteries of magic, Lupin explained to Steve. Time, death, love, thought, space, phenomena that defy even magical understanding. Sounds like they'd have a field day with the Tesseract, Steve observed, shield held at the ready as they approached a circular room with multiple identical doors. That's what we're afraid of, Sirius replied grimly. If the unspeakables get their hands on all the fragments before we do, they might prioritize study over safety, Lupin finished. Knowledge at any cost is their unofficial motto. The circular room rotated as soon as they entered, the doors spinning around them in a disorienting blur before stopping. Anti-intruder measure, Sirius explained. Keeps unauthorized visitors from finding their way. Which door leads to the death chamber? Steve asked, eyeing the identical black doors suspiciously. That's the problem, Lupin sighed. The rotation randomizes them each time. Can't you use magic to identify them? Hermione mentioned a marking spell when she told us about her vision of this place, Sirius recalled. Flag rate. He traced a fiery X on the door directly in front of them. Good thinking, Lupin nodded. Now we just need to try doors until we find the right one. The first door revealed a room filled with what appeared to be brains floating in green liquid. The second contained a model of the solar system, planets orbiting in real time through a vast darkness. The space chamber, Lupin identified. We're getting closer. The death chamber should be nearby. The third door opened onto a vast, stone amphitheater. In its center stood a raised stone dais, upon which rested an ancient, crumbling archway. A tattered black veil hung from the arch, moving slightly as if stirred by an unfelt breeze. This is it, Sirius whispered, his usual bravado subdued. The death chamber. And that's the veil, supposedly a gateway between the worlds of the living and the dead. Steve felt a chill that had nothing to do with the chamber's temperature. You think a fragment would be drawn to something like that? If Luna's theory about reality-thin locations is correct, Lupin confirmed, there's no place in magical Britain where reality is thinner than here. They descended the stone steps cautiously, Steve's enhanced senses picking up faint whispers emanating from the veil, unintelligible voices calling from somewhere beyond perception. You hear them too? Sirius asked, noticing Steve's expression. The voices? Yeah. Steve kept his eyes fixed on the archway. What are they? No one knows for certain, Lupin replied. Some believe they're the dead, calling from beyond. Others think they're echoes of those who've passed through the veil. Passed through? It's a one-way trip, Sirius explained darkly. Step through the veil, and you don't come back. They reached the dais, and Steve activated the detection sphere. It immediately began pulsing with blue light, spinning frantically as it circled the ancient archway. Looks like Luna was right, Steve said. There's definitely a fragment here. But where exactly? Lupin scanned the archway carefully. I don't see anything embedded in the stone. Sirius approached the veil cautiously. It might be, behind the curtain. That doesn't sound ominous at all, Steve muttered, but joined him at the edge of the archway. The whispers grew louder as they neared the veil, almost forming words now. Steve had the unsettling sensation that if he just listened a little harder, he might understand what they were saying. Be careful, Lupin warned. The veil has a hypnotic effect. People have been known to walk right through it, believing they're going to meet loved ones on the other side. Steve shook his head to clear it. Right. Let's focus on extracting the fragment without touching the veil itself. The detection sphere suddenly darted forward, passing partly through the veil before returning. As it emerged, it carried with it a small, jagged piece of the tesseract, glowing with intense blue energy. That was convenient, Sirius said suspiciously, as the sphere deposited the fragment into Steve's outstretched hand. Almost like it wanted to be found. Or like something on the other side wanted us to have it, Lupin added uneasily. Steve quickly secured the fragment in their containment device. Let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. We found it, we're securing it, now let's get out of here before the unspeakables discover your unauthorized access to restricted artifacts, came a cold voice from behind them. They turned to find a hooded figure standing at the top of the stone steps, flanked by several similarly attired individuals. The lead unspeakable's face remained hidden in magical shadow, but her voice carried effortlessly through the chamber. Captain Rogers. Mr. Lupin. And Sirius Black himself. How interesting. The unspeakable descended several steps. I must say, your distraction in the atrium was impressive. Portable swamps and magical fireworks that multiply when stunned. Ingenious. But ultimately futile. We have authorization from Kingsley Shacklebolt, Steve stated firmly, shield raised defensively. Auror Shacklebolt lacks jurisdiction within the Department of Mysteries, the unspeakable replied dismissively. As for the object you've just recovered, Protocol Pandora specifically designates all interdimensional artifacts as under Department authority. This fragment is going back to Hogwarts, Sirius declared, wand pointed at the unspeakables. Where it can be properly contained and eventually returned to its own dimension. Your opinion on proper containment procedures is irrelevant, Mr. Black. The unspeakable raised her wand. The fragment will remain here for study. You may leave voluntarily, or you may be removed. The choice is yours. Steve stepped forward, shield at the ready. Ma'am, with all due respect, you don't understand what you're dealing with. This isn't just any magical artifact. It's a fragment of an infinity stone, cosmic power beyond anything your department has encountered. You presume much about what the department has or hasn't encountered, Captain. The unspeakable's voice held a hint of amusement. We've studied objects of power since before your America was discovered. Then you should be smart enough to recognize when something is beyond your control, Lupin interjected, his usually mild demeanor hardening. The Tesseract fragments are already affecting the fabric of reality around Hogwarts. Containing them requires specific knowledge that only our interdimensional visitors possess. For a moment, tension crackled in the air as neither side appeared willing to back down. Then, unexpectedly, the lead unspeakable lowered her wand slightly. Perhaps a compromise, she suggested. The fragment remains under joint custody. You may transport it to Hogwarts, but with department observers present during all containment and research activities. Steve exchanged glances with Sirius and Lupin. It wasn't ideal, but it might be their only option for leaving with the fragment. Agreed, he said cautiously. But we maintain operational control of the fragments, especially if Voldemort makes his move. The name caused a visible reaction among the junior unspeakables, but their leader remained composed. Voldemort's return remains officially unconfirmed by the Ministry. Tell that to the Death Eaters who attacked our search parties in the Forbidden Forest, Sirius snorted. Nevertheless, the unspeakable continued smoothly. In the event of hostile action targeting the fragments, department resources will defer to the judgment of Hogwarts defenders. Temporarily. Then we have an agreement, Steve concluded, lowering his shield slightly. Indeed. The unspeakable gestured to her colleagues. Croaker and Bode will accompany you back to Hogwarts. The rest of us have more pressing concerns to address. Such as? Lupin asked cautiously. The unspeakable was silent for a moment before responding. Our monitoring stations have detected significant disturbances in the magical fabric of Britain. Convergence points where our reality appears to be, overlapping with another. One of those convergence points is currently expanding beneath Hogwarts itself. The fragments are trying to reconstitute, Steve realized aloud. They're creating a bridge between dimensions. So it would seem. The unspeakable turned to leave. I suggest you return to Hogwarts with all haste, Captain Rogers. If our calculations are correct, the convergence reaches critical mass in less than 6 hours. As they hurried from the death chamber, fragment secure in its container, Steve couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something important, that the pieces of this cosmic puzzle weren't quite fitting together as they should. 6 hours until critical mass, Sirius muttered as they retraced their steps toward the Ministry exit. What happens then? Nothing good, Steve replied grimly. We need to get back to Hogwarts. Now. Hermione Granger had faced many challenges during her years at Hogwarts, but navigating the restricted section alongside the Black Widow ranked among the most surreal. Natasha moved with preternatural silence, seeming to glide between the towering shelves of forbidden books, while Hermione tried, and largely failed, to match her stealth. Sorry, she whispered for the third time after bumping into a shelf and causing several books to shift ominously. One emitted what sounded suspiciously like a muffled scream. Don't apologize, Natasha replied calmly. Just adapt. This is your environment, not mine. I'm following your lead. My lead? Hermione blinked in surprise. But you're, you. Natasha's lips curved in a small smile. I'm an expert in espionage and combat, not magical libraries with books that scream when disturbed. We each play to our strengths. Emboldened, Hermione nodded and continued deeper into the restricted section. According to the detection sphere, the fragment should be somewhere in the historical artifacts section, where they keep books too dangerous or valuable to be handled directly. Define too dangerous, Natasha requested, eyeing a nearby tome that appeared to be bound in something suspiciously like human skin. Oh, books that blind the reader, or drain their life force, or possess them with ancient spirits. Hermione spoke with the casual air of someone discussing different brands of breakfast cereal. The usual restricted content. Natasha raised an eyebrow but said nothing. They reached a section cordoned off with shimmering magical barriers. Behind them, glass cases contained what appeared to be extremely old books and scrolls. This is it, Hermione whispered. The Arcane Artifacts Collection. Some of these texts date back to the Founder's era. The detection sphere hovered near one particular case containing what appeared to be a black leather journal. As they approached, Hermione gasped in recognition. That can't be. What is it? Natasha asked, instantly alert. Tom Riddle's diary. Or what's left of it. Hermione's voice was hushed with disbelief. Harry destroyed it in our second year, after it possessed Ginny and released the basilisk. Tom Riddle? As in Voldemort's real name? Yes. The diary was his first Horcrux, a receptacle containing a fragment of his soul, created through dark magic. Natasha studied the damaged journal carefully. And now it contains a fragment of the Tesseract, apparently. This is bad, Hermione whispered. Really, really bad. The diary had terrible power even when destroyed. If a Tesseract fragment has merged with it, it could reconstitute the Horcrux's power, Natasha concluded grimly. Or create something worse. The detection sphere was now pulsing urgently, spinning faster as it circled the case. How do we get past these barriers? Natasha asked, examining the magical protections. Only professors can access this section, Hermione bit her lip. We'd need Professor McGonagall or perhaps I might be of assistance, came a silky voice from behind them. They turned to find Professor Snape regarding them with his usual inscrutable expression. Professor. Hermione squeaked. We were just, attempting to access restricted magical artifacts without authorization, Snape finished smoothly. 5 points from Gryffindor for your predictable disregard for rules, Miss Granger. With respect, Professor, Natasha interjected coolly, we're following the plan approved by Dumbledore himself. The detection sphere has located a Tesseract fragment within that case. She nodded toward the diary. Snape's gaze shifted to the damaged journal, and his expression hardened almost imperceptibly. Riddle's diary. I should have anticipated this. He drew his wand. Step back, both of you. If a fragment has indeed merged with a Horcrux, even a destroyed one, it could be especially dangerous, Hermione finished. The fragment's power might be corrupted by the dark magic residue. Precisely. Snape made a complex wand movement, and the magical barriers parted for him. Another gesture caused the glass case to open silently. The detection sphere darted forward immediately, hovering over the diary. From this distance, they could see the faint blue glow emanating from the hole in its center, the place where Harry had stabbed it with the basilisk fawn. The fragment appears to have partially reconstituted the diary's physical form, Snape observed clinically. Tesseract energy attempting to repair damaged matter. Could it repair the Horcrux itself? Hermione asked anxiously. Unknown, Snape replied. But the possibility cannot be dismissed. He conjured a pair of dragon-hide gloves and carefully lifted the diary. The containment device, Miss Romanoff, if you please. Natasha handed over the specialized container they'd brought. Snape placed the diary inside and sealed it with both physical and magical locks. There, he said with evident satisfaction. That should, he never finished the sentence. The moment the container sealed, the diary inside began to emit a high-pitched whine. Blue light leaked from the seams of the box, growing brighter by the second. Down! Natasha shouted, pulling Hermione behind a nearby bookshelf as Snape threw up a magical shield. The container exploded in a burst of blue-black energy, sending Snape flying backward into a bookcase. Books tumbled around him, several opening to emit unearthly wails and screams. When the light faded, the diary hovered in midair, surrounded by a swirling nimbus of blue Tesseract energy intertwined with something darker, oily black tendrils that writhed like living shadows. Professor! Hermione called anxiously. Snape rose shakily to his feet, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. It's attempting to regenerate, he said, voice tense. The fragment is providing the energy, while the Horcrux residue provides the template. As they watched in horror, the diary began to change, its pages flipping rapidly as if blown by an invisible wind. Words appeared on the pages, written in what looked disturbingly like blood. I live again. We need backup, Natasha decided, already reaching for the enchanted coin in her pocket. This is beyond what we anticipated. Snape raised his wand, casting a containment spell around the floating diary. For a moment, it seemed to work. The nimbus of energy contracted, the diary's frenzied flipping slowed. Then the pages burst into blue flames that didn't consume the book itself. The fire spread outward, pushing against Snape's magical barrier until it shattered with the sound of breaking glass. Impossible, Snape muttered. No mere object could break through that spell. It's not a mere object anymore, Hermione realized, her academic mind racing despite the danger. It's a hybrid, Infinity Stone energy merged with Horcrux magic. Two of the most powerful forces from different dimensions. The diary suddenly snapped shut, the blue-black flames coalescing into a humanoid shape above it, the translucent, flickering form of a handsome teenage boy. Tom Riddle, Hermione whispered in horror. The spectral figure smiled, the expression cold and calculating. Not quite, it said, its voice echoing strangely, as if coming from very far away. But close enough for now. Snape cast another spell, more aggressive this time, a bolt of purple light that should have banished the apparition. The figure merely absorbed it, growing more solid in the process. Your magic feeds me, Severus Snape, it said, studying him with interest. As does your fear, Hermione Granger. And your calculation, Natasha Romanoff. The figure's smile widened. Yes, I know you all. The fragment knows many things, sees across dimensions. And what remains of Tom Riddle knows how to use that knowledge. What do you want? Natasha asked, buying time as she edged toward a flanking position. The figure considered this. To exist. To grow. To transcend the limitations of both Horcrux and Tesseract. Its gaze returned to Snape. You will help me achieve this. I think not, Snape replied coldly, raising his wand again. The spectral riddle moved with shocking speed, plunging one translucent hand into Snape's chest. The potion's master froze, his face contorting in pain as blue-black energy coursed through him. Professor! Hermione cried, raising her own wand. Don't! Natasha caught her arm. It's feeding on magic. Physical intervention might, she launched herself forward, passing through the edge of the spectral figure to tackle Snape, breaking his contact with the apparition. They tumbled to the floor as Hermione cast a shield charm, not around the figure, but around herself and her companions. The spectral riddle laughed, the sound like breaking glass. Clever. Very clever. But ultimately futile. It turned toward the diary, which rose higher into the air. This vessel has served its purpose. A new convergence point has been established. My master will be pleased. With those cryptic words, the apparition dissolved into blue-black mist that swirled around the diary. The entire construct imploded with a sound like a thunderclap, leaving behind nothing but a shower of blue sparks that faded as they drifted to the floor. It's gone, Hermione said in disbelief. The fragment, the diary, everything. Not gone, Snape corrected, his voice ragged as he sat up with Natasha's assistance. Transformed. Relocated. He pressed a hand to his chest where the apparition had touched him. And it took something with it. Knowledge from my mind. What kind of knowledge? Natasha asked sharply. Snape's expression was grimmer than Hermione had ever seen it. Everything I know about Hogwarts defenses. The locations of the Order members. And. He hesitated, then continued reluctantly, the prophecy concerning Potter and the Dark Lord. We need to warn the others, Natasha said, already activating their communication coin. Whatever that thing was, it's heading back to Voldemort with both a Tesseract fragment and critical intelligence. It wasn't just going to Voldemort, Hermione realized, her academic mind making connections even amid the crisis. It mentioned my master, but didn't specify who. What if the fragment itself has developed a form of sentience? What if it's serving the Tesseract as a whole, not just Voldemort? An unsettling theory, Miss Granger, Snape acknowledged, struggling to his feet. And one that suggests our situation may be even more dire than previously assumed. As they hurried from the library, Hermione couldn't shake the image of the spectral riddle's cold smile. Whatever had just happened, whatever hybrid entity had formed and then vanished, one thing was clear: the rules of their conflict had just changed dramatically. And time was running out. Lord Voldemort stood in the center of the Malfoy Manor's grand ballroom, now converted into a ritual space. Black candles cast eerie shadows across the assembled Death Eaters, who formed a circle around their master. At Voldemort's feet, arcane symbols had been drawn in what appeared to be silver mixed with blood. In his hand, he held his wand, now transformed by the Tesseract fragment embedded within it. The hue it had taken on a bluish tinge, and energy pulsed visibly through it with each beat of his heart. "The convergence approaches," he announced, his high, cold voice carrying easily through the hushed room. "Our efforts have borne fruit. 3 fragments have been secured by Dumbledore's forces, 1 remains in our possession, and the final piece." He smiled thinly. "The final piece comes to us willingly." As if summoned by his words, a swirling vortex of blue-black energy materialized in the center of the ritual circle. It coalesced into the spectral form of Tom Riddle, hovering above the damaged diary. Lucius Malfoy gasped audibly. "My lord, is that—" "Silence," Voldemort commanded, studying the apparition with evident satisfaction. "My former self returns, reborn through cosmic power." The spectral riddle bowed slightly. "I bring gifts, master. Knowledge taken from Severus Snape, Dumbledore's spy in your midst. The locations of the fragments. The castle's defenses. And the full prophecy you have long sought." Murmurs ran through the assembled Death Eaters at this revelation. "Severus," Voldemort hissed, his red eyes narrowing. "I had my suspicions. His loyalty seemed divided. His true allegiance lies with the Potter woman," the apparition confirmed. "Always has. He shall be dealt with," Voldemort decided coldly. "But first, the prophecy. Show me." The spectral riddle gestured, and ghostly images appeared in the air, memories extracted from Snape's mind. Dumbledore's office. A strange, thin woman speaking in a harsh voice not her own, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The image faded, leaving the room in silence. "So," Voldemort said finally, "it is as I suspected. Potter must die by my hand. And he shall, once the power of the Tesseract is fully mine." "There is more, master," the apparition continued. "The Avengers seek to reunite the fragments and return them to their dimension. They have discovered 3 pieces already. They grow closer to understanding the convergence points. Then we must accelerate our plans." Voldemort turned to Bellatrix Lestrange, who watched the proceedings with fanatical devotion in her heavy-lidded eyes. "Bella, is the assault team prepared?" "Yes, my lord," she replied eagerly. "We await only your command." "And the giants?" "Position near Hogsmeade, as instructed." "Excellent." Voldemort gestured toward the diary and its spectral guardian. "This fragment has shown us the way forward. The cosmic power responds to intent, to will, and none possess will stronger than Lord Voldemort." He extended his wand toward the apparition. The Tesseract fragment embedded within it pulsed in harmony with the energy surrounding the diary. Slowly, the spectral riddle dissolved, flowing into Voldemort's wand like smoke being drawn into a vessel. The Death Eaters watched in fearful awe as blue energy crackled around their master. When the process completed, Voldemort stood straighter, his red eyes now shot through with electric blue. "2 fragments, united in purpose," he declared. "The power grows. And now, we march on Hogwarts. Tonight, we claim the remaining pieces. Tonight, the convergence reaches its peak. And tonight, Harry Potter dies. Bellatrix cackled with delight. The Potter brat won't stand a chance against you now, my lord. Potter is but one obstacle, Voldemort replied dismissively. The Avengers present a more interesting challenge. Beings from another dimension, with powers beyond ordinary muggles. His lipless mouth curved in a cold smile. I look forward to testing the limits of their abilities against the might of Lord Voldemort, enhanced by cosmic power. He raised his transformed wand, sending a blast of blue-tinged magic into the ceiling. It exploded outward in a shockwave that rattled the manor's foundations. Send word to all our forces, he commanded. We attack at dusk. And spare none who stand in our path. The room of requirement had transformed again, this time into a command center combining magical and technological elements. The detection spheres had been modified to function as communication devices, allowing the scattered teams to coordinate their findings. 3 fragments secured, Steve summarized, marking their positions on the magical map. 1 in Voldemort's possession, and 1. He frowned. 1 unaccounted for after the incident in the restricted section. Not unaccounted for, Snape corrected grimly. Transformed and returned to the Dark Lord. Which means he now controls 2 fragments. And knows everything you know about our defenses, Natasha added. The atmosphere in the room grew tenser. Dumbledore, who had joined them after securing the fragments from Thor and Tony in his office, studied the map thoughtfully. The balance shifts, but not decisively, he observed. 3 fragments in our possession against 2 in Voldemort's. We maintain an advantage. Except the fragments with Voldemort are changing, Bruce pointed out. Adapting to his specific magical signature. Enhancing his abilities in ways we can't fully predict. And that spectral riddle thing mentioned convergence points, Hermione added anxiously. The same term the Unspeakables used. Something about reality overlapping between dimensions. Thor nodded gravely. The fragments seek to reunite. As they draw closer together, they create distortions in the fabric of space-time, windows between your world and ours. Is that how we get home? Tony asked. Through these convergence points? Potentially, Thor conceded. But such passages are unstable, dangerous. And if Voldemort controls the process, he could potentially access our world as well, Steve finished grimly. A magical terrorist with Tesseract power, loose in a world that has no defenses against magic. Harry, who had been unusually quiet since returning with Thor, suddenly gasped in pain, clutching his scar. He's coming, he managed through gritted teeth. Voldemort. He's gathering his forces. Giants, Death Eaters, Dementors. They're going to attack Hogwarts at dusk. How certain are you of this, Potter? Snape asked sharply. Completely, Harry replied, struggling to control the pain. He's excited. Triumphant. He thinks he's found the way to use the fragment's power fully. Dumbledore's expression grew graver. Then we must prepare for battle. Minerva, alert the order. Severus, warn the staff. Mr. Stark, Captain Rogers, I believe your expertise in defensive strategy would be most welcome. What about the students? Hermione asked anxiously. The younger students will be evacuated through the passage to the Hog's Head, McGonagall replied briskly. Older students may choose to stay and fight or leave with the others. And the fragments we've recovered? Bruce asked. We can't risk Voldemort capturing them. They must be protected, certainly, Dumbledore agreed. But also made accessible for your eventual return journey. Perhaps. He considered for a moment. The Chamber of Secrets. Few can access it, and its ancient protections might help contain the fragment's energy. I can modify the containment units, Tony offered. Create a single vessel designed to safely hold all the fragments we've recovered. Do so quickly, Dumbledore advised. Dusk approaches in less than 2 hours. As the room erupted into activity, Harry pulled Ron and Hermione aside. There's something else, he said quietly. Something I didn't want to say in front of everyone. When I was near the fragment in the astronomy tower, I could sense the others. Almost see them. Like they were calling to each other. That makes sense, Hermione nodded. They're parts of a whole, trying to reunite. No, it's more than that, Harry insisted. I think the fragments are creating the convergence points deliberately. Not just to reconnect with each other, but to, I don't know, expand their influence. Like they want to affect both dimensions simultaneously. You're saying the Tesseract has its own agenda? Ron looked skeptical. It's a cube, mate. An object. Thor said the Infinity Stones aren't ordinary objects, Harry reminded them. They're fundamental aspects of existence given physical form. What if they have purpose beyond what their users intend? Hermione's eyes widened. The spectral riddle said something about serving its master, but it wasn't clear if it meant Voldemort or something else. Exactly, Harry nodded. I think the fragments are using us, all of us, including Voldemort, to achieve something bigger. But what? Ron asked. I don't know, Harry admitted. But I think we'll find out when all the fragments come together again. Across the room, Thor was having a similar conversation with Bruce and Tony. The Tesseract is not merely responding to external forces, the Asgardian warned. It is actively reshaping reality around itself. The convergence points grow stronger each time fragments come into proximity with each other. So bringing all our fragments together might actually accelerate whatever process is happening, Bruce realized. That's problematic. But necessary if we want to go home, Tony pointed out. Not to mention prevent Magic Hitler from adding, interdimensional conqueror, to his resume. Thor's expression remained troubled. There is another concern. The Space Stone, the true nature of the Tesseract, does not merely transport matter between locations. It fundamentally alters the relationship between points in spacetime. Meaning what, exactly? Bruce asked. Meaning that if the convergence reaches critical mass with fragments divided between opposing forces, both dimensions could suffer catastrophic consequences. Tears in reality that cannot be mended. So we need all the fragments in one place, under unified control, Tony summarized. Which means either getting Voldemort's pieces, or... He trailed off, the implication clear. Or letting him get ours, Bruce finished grimly. Neither option sounds particularly appealing. There may be a third path, Thor suggested. If we can create our own convergence point, a controlled nexus where the fragments can safely reunite, we'd need something to stabilize the energy, Tony interjected, his mind racing ahead. Something that could channel the Tesseract's power without being corrupted by it. The Chamber of Secrets, Bruce suggested suddenly. Slytherin built it with materials specifically designed to channel and control magical energy. The goblin silver we found there was already stabilizing the fragment naturally. It could work, Thor agreed thoughtfully. But we would need to lure Voldemort and his fragments there at the precise moment of peak convergence. So we need to set a trap, Tony concluded. Bait the most powerful dark wizard in this dimension into a specific location at a specific time, then somehow take his Tesseract fragments without getting magically murdered. He grinned suddenly. Sounds like a Tuesday. Or Thursday. Whatever day it is. As plans were made and defenses prepared, no one noticed the small, iridescent beetle that had been perched on the windowsill throughout their discussions. It took flight now, buzzing toward a gap in the ancient stonework, carrying information that would soon appear in a special evening edition of the Daily Prophet. Hogwarts prepares for war, UNOWHO's attack imminent interdimensional crisis reaches critical point fate of two worlds hangs in balance dusk settled over Hogwarts like a funeral shroud, painting the castle towers in bloody hues of crimson and gold. On the grounds, Order members and Aurors established defensive positions while professors cast additional protective enchantments around the school's perimeter. In the Great Hall, older students who had chosen to stay and fight received last-minute instruction from Professor McGonagall and members of Dumbledore's army. The evacuation of younger students had been completed an hour earlier, the Room of Requirement transforming its secret passage to accommodate hundreds of frightened children. High in the astronomy tower, Clint Barton surveyed the approaching darkness through a specialized scope Tony had modified for him. Beside him, Fred and George Weasley prepared what they called aerial defense measures, magical fireworks and explosives engineered to target individuals bearing the dark mark. Movement in the forest, Clint reported tersely. Large figures, probably the giants. And something's affecting the weather to the north. Unnatural fog rolling in. Dementors, Fred identified grimly. Loads of them, by the look of it, George added. Hey, Barton, ever cast a Patronus? Not in my skill set, Clint replied dryly. But I've got something else in mind for the soul-sucking wraiths. He hefted his bow, now fitted with arrowheads containing a luminescent blue substance. What is that? Fred asked curiously. Banner calls it distilled positive energy, Clint explained. Extracted from Patronus magic and stabilized with Stark tech. Theoretically, it should disrupt Dementor's molecular structure. Or magical structure. Whatever they're made of. Wicked, the twins replied in unison. In the entrance hall, Steve Rogers and Thor coordinated with Kingsley Shacklebolt and Sirius Black, positioning defenders to maximize their effectiveness against the coming assault. The main force will likely approach from the forest side, Steve advised, indicating positions on a hastily drawn map. But we should expect diversionary attacks from multiple directions. Agreed, Kingsley nodded. We've stationed Aurors at all major entrances, with magical detection fields extending 100 yards in all directions. What about the grounds themselves? Sirius asked. That's a lot of open space to cover. I shall address that concern, Thor declared confidently. Weather manipulation can provide significant tactical advantage. As if demonstrating, he raised Mjolnir skyward. Storm clouds immediately began gathering above Hogwarts, lightning crackling between them in brilliant white-blue arcs. Impressive, Kingsley acknowledged with professional appreciation. Though I hope you can ensure your lightning strikes only enemies. Thor grinned. The lightning is the least of what Mjolnir can summon when battle is joined. Meanwhile, in the Chamber of Secrets, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner worked feverishly to complete their modified containment system. The 3 Tesseract fragments they'd recovered hovered in individual stasis fields, their blue energy casting eerie shadows across the cavernous space. Interfacing the goblin silver with the rune matrix, now, Tony muttered, making a final adjustment to the complex device they'd constructed at the base of Slytherin's statue. How's the energy calibration coming? Bruce checked readings on a hybrid magical technological scanner. Stable, for now. But the fragments are becoming more active. They know they're close to each other. Creepy way of putting it, Tony remarked. But accurate. These things definitely have some form of awareness. He stepped back from the completed containment system. There. Ready for the big reunion, assuming we can get Voldemort's pieces. About that, Bruce said hesitantly. The trap idea is solid in theory, but practically speaking, how exactly do we separate an immensely powerful dark wizard from fragments he's partially bonded with? That, came Harry Potter's voice as he descended the chamber's entrance steps with Ron and Hermione, is where we come in. Tony turned, eyebrows raised. No offense, kid, but this might be slightly above your pay grade. We're talking about cosmic power combined with dark magic. And I'm connected to both, Harry replied simply. My link to Voldemort is stronger than ever now that he has Tesseract fragments. I can sense them through him. Maybe even influence them. That's, actually not the worst idea I've heard today, Bruce admitted, studying Harry thoughtfully. If the fragments respond to intent and will, and Harry has a direct psychic link to Voldemort. It could work as a disruptive measure, Tony conceded. But it's also incredibly dangerous for you, Harry. We're talking about opening your mind to both Voldemort and Tesseract influence simultaneously. I know the risks, Harry said firmly. But I'm already connected whether I want to be or not. At least this way, it serves a purpose. We'll be with him, Hermione added, her tone brooking no argument. Always are, Ron confirmed with a nod. Tony and Bruce exchanged glances, a silent communication between scientists who recognized both the brilliance and madness of the proposal. Dumbledore won't like it, Bruce noted. Dumbledore doesn't need to know until it's done, Harry countered. Besides, he's busy coordinating the castle's primary defenses. True enough, Tony sighed. All right, let's integrate you into the plan. But we're adding safeguards. Lots of safeguards. As they revised their strategy to accommodate Harry's role, a silver Patronus, a lynx, bounded into the chamber, speaking with Kingsley's voice, "They're here. Outer wards breached. All defenders to positions." Above ground, the battle for Hogwarts had begun. Voldemort approached the gates of Hogwarts alone, his black robes billowing around him in a wind that affected no one else. Behind him, obscured by the unnatural fog, waited his assembled forces, Death Eaters, giants, Dementors, and other dark creatures drawn to his growing power. The Tesseract fragments embedded in his wand and coursing through his reconstructed body pulsed with blue light, visible even through his robes. His red eyes, now shot through with the same unearthly blue, surveyed the castle's defenses with cold calculation. At the gates stood Albus Dumbledore, seemingly as alone as Voldemort himself. The two greatest wizards of the age faced each other across the threshold of Hogwarts, power crackling in the air between them. Tom, Dumbledore greeted calmly, as if welcoming an expected guest. Dumbledore, Voldemort replied, his high voice carrying easily through the still air. You know why I have come. I presume it relates to the cosmic fragments now in your possession, Dumbledore replied. Fascinating objects, are they not? Though perhaps beyond the understanding of even wizards such as ourselves. Beyond your understanding, perhaps. Voldemort smiled thinly. I have embraced their power. Merged with it. The knowledge of universes flows through me now. And yet you still cannot enter Hogwarts without invitation, Dumbledore observed mildly. Curious, that such cosmic power should be halted by the simple protective enchantments of a school. Anger flashed across Voldemort's serpentine features. A temporary inconvenience. The fragments you possess call to those I control. They will be united, Dumbledore, whether you wish it or not. On that point, we agree, Dumbledore nodded. Though perhaps we differ on the circumstances of their reunion. Voldemort's eyes narrowed suspiciously. You play some game. It will not save you. Not a game, Tom. A recognition of necessity. Dumbledore's blue eyes held no twinkle now, only steely resolve. The fragments must be reunited to prevent catastrophic damage to both our world and the one from which they came. On this, our interdimensional visitors have been quite clear. Ah yes, your Avengers, Voldemort hissed the name contemptuously. Muggles with delusions of grandeur. They understand nothing of the Tesseract's true potential. Perhaps not, Dumbledore conceded. But they understand its nature better than anyone in our world. And they have faced beings of power that would give even you pause, Tom. For a moment, the two wizards simply regarded each other, decades of history and conflict hanging between them. Then Voldemort raised his transformed wand. Enough talk. Surrender the fragments you possess, or watch as I tear Hogwarts stone from stone until I find them. Dumbledore sighed, as if disappointed but not surprised. I had hoped for reason, but prepared for its absence. He raised his own wand. You may try to take Hogwarts, Tom. You will find us ready. Voldemort's response was a bolt of blue-tinged magic that would have vaporized any ordinary wizard. Dumbledore deflected it with a casual flick of his wand, sending it harmlessly into the sky where it exploded like a miniature supernova. "First and final warning," Dumbledore said, his voice suddenly resonating with power that belied his elderly appearance. "Withdraw now, or face the consequences of your actions." Voldemort's laughter was high and cold. "You speak of consequences to Lord Voldemort? I, who have gone further than any wizard in history toward immortality. I, who now wield the power of creation itself." In answer, Dumbledore made a complex wand movement. The very air around Hogwarts seemed to solidify, forming a shimmering dome of protective magic over the castle and grounds. "Very well," he said simply. "You have made your choice." Voldemort raised his wand to the sky, and blue lightning, not Thor's natural electricity, but something more fundamental and terrifying, struck the protective dome. Cracks appeared where it hit, spreading like fractures in glass. "To me, my faithful," Voldemort called, and his assembled forces surged forward from the fog. Giants lumbered toward the gates while Dementors glided overhead, searching for gaps in the magical barrier. Death Eaters apparat to pre-selected positions around the perimeter, their synchronized assault testing Hogwarts' defenses from all sides simultaneously. The Battle of Hogwarts had begun in earnest. On the castle battlements, Clint loosed his first specialized arrow into a cluster of approaching Dementors. It exploded in midair, releasing a burst of silvery blue energy that scattered the soul-sucking creatures like leaves in a hurricane. "It works," he called to the Weasley twins, who immediately launched their own magical countermeasures, rockets that corkscrewed through the air before exploding into magical creatures that attacked Death Eaters with surprising effectiveness. "Decoy detonators, deluxe model," Fred explained with fierce pride as a magical badger mauled a Death Eater trying to breach the eastern wall. Thor, meanwhile, had taken to the sky, Mjolnir summoning lightning that struck giants with devastating precision. One massive bolt hit a particularly large giant squarely in the chest, sending it toppling backward into two of its companions. On the ground, Natasha fought alongside Lupin and Tonks, her specialized weapons, enhanced by magical modifications, proving surprisingly effective against magical opponents. She moved with fluid grace between spellfire, incapacitating Death Eaters with ruthless efficiency. 10 points to whatever house you be sorted into. Tonks called admiringly after Natasha performed a particularly impressive maneuver that left 3 Death Eaters unconscious. She'd be Slytherin, obviously, Lupin commented, casting a shield charm to deflect incoming curses. Cunning, resourceful, exceptional self-preservation instincts. Nah, that's pure Gryffindor recklessness, Tonks argued, her hair cycling through battle-ready red and determined purple as she dueled. Natasha allowed herself a small smile as she reloaded. "I prefer to remain house agnostic." Steve Rogers commanded the defense of the main gates alongside Kingsley and McGonagall, his shield proving remarkably effective at deflecting magical attacks. The vibranium alloy, already resistant to energy weapons in their own dimension, seemed equally capable of repelling spells. "Captain, on your left," McGonagall warned, transforming a Death Eater's conjured serpent into harmless smoke before it could strike. Steve nodded his thanks, then hurled his shield with pinpoint accuracy, knocking out 2 attackers before it ricocheted back to his hand. "They're probing for weaknesses," he observed. "Testing our defenses before committing their main force." "Agreed," Kingsley confirmed grimly. "This is just the first wave." As if confirming his assessment, a deafening roar came from beyond the gates as Voldemort's giants began a coordinated assault on the protective dome. Enormous clubs struck the magical barrier, each impact creating more cracks in the shimmering surface. And through it all, Voldemort and Dumbledore continued their duel, a contest of magical prowess unlike anything the wizarding world had witnessed in generations. Spells of impossible complexity and power flashed between them, transforming the battlefield around them in surreal ways. The very ground liquefied and reformed. The air ignited in prismatic flames. Reality itself seemed to bend around the 2 master wizards. Yet for all Dumbledore's skill and power, it was clear that Voldemort's Tesseract-enhanced abilities were pushing the Hogwarts headmaster to his limits. Each exchange left Dumbledore looking more strained, while Voldemort appeared to grow stronger. "You feel it, don't you?" Voldemort called during a momentary lull. "The inevitability of my victory. The fragments empower me beyond anything our world has seen." "Power without wisdom is its own undoing, Tom," Dumbledore replied, though his breathing was labored. "The Tesseract responds to intent. What is your true intent? Dominion? Or destruction?" "Both and neither," Voldemort answered cryptically. "The fragments have shown me possibilities beyond mere conquest. Why rule a world when you can reshape it entirely?" With that ominous declaration, he renewed his assault with redoubled fury. A blast of blue-white energy struck Dumbledore's hastily erected shield, shattering it and sending the older wizard stumbling backward. Before Voldemort could press his advantage, a bolt of lightning, Thor's lightning, struck the ground between them, momentarily blinding both combatants. "Enough!" Thor bellowed, landing beside Dumbledore. "You face not only the wizards of this realm, Serpent Man, but the power of Asgard." Voldemort regarded the newcomer with cold calculation. "The Thunder God. Yes, I've seen you in the fragments' visions. A prince without a throne, playing at heroism." His lipless mouth curved in a cruel smile. "Your hammer impresses me not, Asgardian." Thor's response was to hurl Mjolnir directly at Voldemort's chest. The Dark Lord raised his hand casually, and the hammer, to Thor's evident shock, stopped in midair. "Impossible," Thor breathed. "No being can halt Mjolnir in flight except those worthy to wield it. Or those who can manipulate the very fabric of space," Voldemort corrected, studying the hammer with academic interest. "Your weapon operates on principles similar to the Tesseract itself, a convergence of magic and cosmic force." With a gesture, he sent Mjolnir flying back toward Thor with unnatural speed. Only the Asgardian's godlike reflexes allowed him to catch it before it struck him. "The fragments grow stronger in proximity to each other," Voldemort continued, almost conversationally. "Can you feel it, Dumbledore? The thinning of the veil between worlds. Soon, the convergence will reach critical mass. Reality itself will become malleable." As if in response to his words, the air around Hogwarts seemed to shimmer with strange distortions. In places, the very atmosphere appeared to ripple like water, revealing fleeting glimpses of another world beyond, tall buildings, unfamiliar technology, the Manhattan skyline of the Avengers' home dimension. "The convergence accelerates," Dumbledore observed grimly. "Thor, we must fall back to the secondary position." "Retreat?" Thor looked outraged at the suggestion. "Strategic repositioning," Dumbledore corrected mildly. "Sometimes the path to victory requires unexpected directions." Understanding dawned in Thor's eyes. "The plan. The chamber." "Very well," he agreed, helping Dumbledore to his feet. "We shall regroup within the castle walls." Voldemort made no move to stop them as they fell back toward Hogwarts' main entrance. Instead, he watched with evident satisfaction as more of his forces breached the perimeter defenses. Dementors now swarmed overhead in greater numbers, while giants had broken through the gates entirely. "Let them retreat," he said to Bellatrix, who had fought her way to his side. "The fragments within the castle call to those I possess. They shall guide us to victory." "The castle is well defended, my lord," Bellatrix observed, her eyes gleaming with battle madness. "Dumbledore has positioned his forces effectively." "It matters not," Voldemort dismissed her concern. "The fragment's power grows with every passing minute. Soon, not even Hogwarts' ancient magic will stand against us." As if to demonstrate, he raised his transformed wand toward the castle's protective dome. Blue energy surged from the Tesseract fragments embedded in his body and wand, connecting with the cracks already spreading across the magical barrier. With a sound like shattering crystal, Dumbledore's protective enchantment collapsed entirely. "Onward," Voldemort commanded. "The final convergence awaits." Deep beneath the castle, in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry Potter clutched his scar in agony as Voldemort's attack intensified above. The 3 tesseract fragments secured in their containment field pulsed in rhythm with his pain, as if responding to his distress. "He's broken through the outer defenses," Harry gasped, relaying what he sensed through his connection. "The dome is down." "Right on schedule," Tony noted grimly, making final adjustments to the trap they'd prepared. "Cap reports they're falling back to the Great Hall as planned. Drawing Voldemort's forces deeper into the castle. The convergence is accelerating faster than we anticipated," Bruce added, studying readings from their monitoring equipment. "Reality fluctuations are appearing throughout the castle. Windows between dimensions opening and closing randomly. Can you stabilize them?" Hermione asked anxiously. Bruce shook his head. "Not without all the fragments in one place. The partial reunification is causing the instability." Ron, who had been keeping watch at the chamber entrance, called down, "Something's happening in the pipes. I can hear movement." "That'll be the basilisk detection ward I set," Tony explained, closing a panel on his complex device. "Magical plumbing makes for excellent early warning systems, it turns out." "How long until they reach us?" Harry asked, fighting through the pain to focus. "Minutes, not hours," Bruce estimated. "The question is whether Voldemort himself will come, or send his forces ahead." "He'll come," Harry said with certainty. "The fragments are calling to each other too strongly now. He won't be able to resist their pull, especially when he senses mine." The 3 fragments in the containment field grew brighter, their blue light casting eerie shadows across the chamber's ancient stonework. Strange symbols appeared on the surrounding walls, runes that hadn't been visible before, now glowing with the same ethereal blue. "The chamber itself is responding to the fragment's energy," Hermione observed with academic fascination despite the dire circumstances. "Slytherin must have known about interdimensional convergence points. The entire chamber is designed to channel and focus such energy." "Which is exactly what we're counting on," Tony confirmed. "The trap is set. Now we just need our scaly friend to take the bait." Harry closed his eyes, focusing on his connection to Voldemort. For the first time in his life, instead of trying to block the Dark Lord out, he deliberately opened his mind, projecting his location and the presence of the tesseract fragments with all the mental force he could muster. "Here," he whispered. "The fragments are here." The effect was immediate and devastating. Pain lanced through Harry's head like a white-hot knife, driving him to his knees. Through the agony, he felt Voldemort's sudden, focused attention, like a predator catching the scent of prey. "He knows," Harry gasped. "He's coming." "Good," Tony said grimly, armor plates shifting as his suit powered up to maximum capacity. "Everyone to positions. Remember, we get one shot at this." Bruce moved to Harry's side, helping him into position near the containment field but not directly beside it. "Focus on maintaining the connection, Harry. Guide him to us, but don't let him overwhelm your mind completely." "I'll try," Harry promised through gritted teeth. Ron and Hermione took up positions on either side of the chamber, wands ready. Tony stationed himself near Slytherin's statue, where the most complex components of their trap were hidden from immediate view. "Jarvis, initiate protocol convergence," he instructed. "Protocol active, sir," the AI responded, its voice distorted by the magical interference but functional. "Dimensional stabilizers online. Containment field at maximum capacity." The waiting was the hardest part. Above them, they could hear the muffled sounds of battle, spells impacting stone, occasional explosions, the distant roar of the Hulk who had joined the fray when the outer defenses fell. The defenders of Hogwarts were selling ground dearly, drawing Voldemort's forces deeper into the castle while maintaining just enough resistance to seem genuine without being suicidal. "They're in the main castle now," Harry reported, his connection to Voldemort providing a bizarre form of battle intelligence. "The Great Hall, there's fighting everywhere." "And Voldemort himself?" Tony asked tensely. "Moving separately from his main force. He's heading for Myrtle's bathroom. The chamber entrance." Harry's eyes snapped open, now reflecting the same blue light as the fragments. He's bringing Nagini with him. The snake? Ron asked. Why would he? It's a Horcrux, Harry interrupted, the knowledge somehow flowing through his enhanced connection. Like the diary was. A piece of his soul. That complicates things, Bruce noted. If he has a Horcrux with him, he can't truly be killed even if we manage to separate him from the Tesseract fragments. One problem at a time, Tony advised. First, get the fragments. Then worry about snake soul containers. The chamber trembled suddenly, dust and small debris raining from the ceiling. The 3 fragments in the containment field pulsed more intensely, their light now bright enough to illuminate the entire vast space. He's at the entrance, Harry whispered. He's speaking Parseltongue. Opening the way. The ancient mechanisms of the chamber groaned to life, the entrance portal grinding open far above them. Distant footsteps echoed down the stone passage, a single person, descending with unhurried confidence. Show time, Tony murmured, his faceplate snapping into place. Lord Voldemort entered the Chamber of Secrets alone, his transformed body glowing with blue tesseract energy that seemed to flow beneath his pale skin like luminescent blood. His red-blue eyes took in the scene with calculated interest, Harry kneeling near the containment field, the others positioned strategically around the chamber, the ancient runes now glowing on the walls. Harry Potter, he greeted, his high voice echoing in the vast space. Once again, we meet in Salazar's sacred chamber. How symmetrical. Harry rose shakily to his feet, wand pointed at Voldemort. It ends here, Tom. One way or another. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in a cold smile. On that much, we agree. His gaze shifted to the containment field and the 3 fragments within it. You've brought them together, just as I knew you would. The convergence reaches its peak, and reality thins to transparency. As if confirming his words, the air around them rippled with distortions, windows into the Avengers' New York appearing and disappearing like reflections in disturbed water. The fragments belong in their own dimension, Tony stated firmly, repulsors humming as they charged. We're sending them home. All of them. The metal man speaks of home, Voldemort observed with mocking amusement. But what is home to cosmic power? The Tesseract transcends dimensional boundaries. It exists everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Pretty speech, Tony replied. But we're still taking it back where it belongs. Voldemort's eyes narrowed dangerously. You are a clever builder, Stark. Your trap is well conceived. The chamber's natural affinity for interdimensional energy, enhanced by your technology and their magic. He gestured dismissively toward Ron and Hermione. But did you truly believe I wouldn't perceive it? Actually, Tony said, we were counting on it. He activated a hidden control, and the runes along the chamber walls flared blindingly bright. The containment field around the 3 fragments expanded suddenly, creating a dome of energy that encompassed Harry, Voldemort, and the fragments, but excluded everyone else. What is this? Voldemort demanded, raising his wand. Containment Field 2.0, Tony explained from outside the dome. Specifically calibrated to Tesseract energy and the magical signatures of those with direct connections to it. Meaning you and Harry. You've trapped yourself as well, Potter, Voldemort observed, circling warily inside the dome. That's the idea, Harry confirmed, his voice steadier now that the moment had arrived. The fragments respond to intent. To will. Your will against mine, Tom. Here, at the convergence point, with no outside interference. Understanding dawned in Voldemort's serpentine features. You believe your will can overcome Lord Voldemort's. You, a mere boy. A boy with something you'll never understand, Harry replied. The same power that protected me as a baby. The same power Dumbledore always said would be your downfall. Love, Voldemort spat the word like a curse. Dumbledore's greatest delusion. What is love against the power I now wield? He raised his transformed wand, Tesseract energy crackling along its length. What is love against the fundamental force of creation itself? Let's find out, Harry challenged. Your fragments against ours. Your will against mine. Outside the dome, Tony, Bruce, Ron, and Hermione watched tensely as the confrontation unfolded. The containment field separating them from Harry and Voldemort rippled with energy, the boundary between dimensions visibly thinning within it. Is this really the plan? Ron whispered anxiously. Harry facing you-know-who alone. Not alone, Bruce corrected quietly. The fragments respond to intent. Harry's connection to Voldemort gives him a direct channel to influence the fragments Voldemort controls. And Harry's intent is pure, Hermione added. His will is to protect, to save both worlds. Voldemort seeks only power and destruction. It's still a hell of a gamble, Tony admitted, monitoring the energy readings on his suit's displays. But it's the only play that gives us a chance of reuniting all the fragments without Voldemort controlling the process. Inside the dome, the confrontation had escalated. Voldemort fired a blast of blue-tinged magic at Harry, who deflected it with a shield charm. The deflected energy didn't dissipate but was absorbed by the containment field, causing it to pulse more intensely. You cannot win, Potter, Voldemort hissed. The fragments respond to power, and no wizard living possesses power greater than Lord Voldemort's. It's not about magical power, Harry countered. It's about purpose. Intent. The fragments are drawn to those who understand their true nature. And you believe you understand the Tesseract better than I? Voldemort laughed coldly. I, who have communed with its essence. I, who have seen across dimensions through its power. You've seen, but you haven't understood, Harry insisted. The fragments don't want to destroy or conquer. They want to return home, to be whole again. As they spoke, the fragments in the containment field began to move, orbiting each other in increasingly complex patterns. At the same time, the fragments embedded in Voldemort's wand and body pulsed in rhythm with them, creating a visual link between the Dark Lord and the containment field. You feel it, don't you? Harry pressed his advantage. They're pulling against your control. Fighting your will. Rage distorted Voldemort's features as he visibly struggled to maintain his dominance over the fragments he possessed. Impossible. They are bound to me. My will is absolute. No will is absolute, Harry countered. Not even yours, Tom. He closed his eyes, focusing his entire being on one pure intent, reunion. Not for power, not for victory, but for restoration. For balance between worlds. For the fragments to return where they belonged. Outside the dome, the observers watched in awe as the fragments in the containment field began to glow with increasingly intense light. Simultaneously, Voldemort's body contorted in what appeared to be agony as the fragments within him responded to Harry's focused will. It's working, Hermione breathed. The fragments are resonating with each other. Energy levels approaching critical threshold, Jarvis reported through Tony's suit. Dimensional breach imminent. Within the dome, Voldemort had fallen to his knees, his transformed wand clutched in a white-knuckled grip as blue light poured from his eyes and mouth. What are you doing? He gasped. Giving the fragments what they really want, Harry answered, his voice strangely calm despite the maelstrom of energy surrounding them. Freedom from control. Reunion with their whole. The fragments embedded in Voldemort began to visibly separate from his flesh, tearing themselves free in a process that appeared excruciating. The Dark Lord's screams echoed through the chamber as first one, then another fragment extracted itself from his body and wand. No. Voldemort howled, desperately trying to maintain his connection to the cosmic power. They are mine. Mine. But his will, powerful as it was, could not overcome the combined intent of Harry and the fragments themselves. With a final, wrenching convulsion, the last fragment tore free from Voldemort's body, leaving him collapsed on the chamber floor, diminished but still dangerous. The 5 fragments hovered in the air between Harry and Voldemort, pulsing in perfect synchronization. Then, with a sound like reality itself tearing, they slammed together in a blinding flash of blue-white light. The reconstituted tesseract hung suspended in the center of the dome, a perfect blue cube of cosmic power. Windows between dimensions were now fully formed within the containment field, showing clear views of New York City, Avengers Tower prominent in the skyline. "It's done," Tony breathed, watching as the dimensional breach stabilized. "The fragments have reunited. But how do we get it back to your dimension?" Ron asked urgently. "And what about Harry? He's still trapped in there with you-know-who." Before anyone could answer, Voldemort lurched back to his feet, diminished but far from defeated. Without the tesseract fragments enhancing his power, he had reverted to his previous form, still inhuman, still tremendously powerful, but no longer godlike. "This changes nothing," he snarled at Harry. "You may have wrested the fragments from me, but I remain immortal. Nagini lives. Other Horcruxes remain hidden. And you are still just a boy. A boy who's beaten you multiple times," Harry reminded him, maintaining his position between Voldemort and the reconstituted tesseract. "A boy who now stands between you and the power you crave." Voldemort raised his wand, ordinary yew and phoenix feather once more, but still deadly in his hands. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse streaked toward Harry, who responded instinctively, Expelliarmus. The red and green spells collided in midair, but instead of the priori incantatem effect Harry had experienced in the graveyard, something entirely unexpected occurred. The tesseract, hovering between them, seemed to absorb both spells. For a moment, everything froze in perfect stillness. Then chaos erupted. The tesseract expanded suddenly, energy pouring from it in blinding streams that connected to both Harry and Voldemort. The containment dome shattered, the force of the cosmic release throwing everyone in the chamber against the walls. "Harry!" Hermione screamed, struggling to her feet as the chamber began to collapse around them. Through the blinding light, they could see Harry and Voldemort, both suspended in midair, connected to the tesseract by pulsing beams of energy. The cube itself was expanding, transforming, becoming a swirling portal between dimensions. "The convergence has reached critical mass." Bruce shouted over the deafening roar of energy. "The dimensional barrier is collapsing entirely." Tony struggled forward against the hurricane-force winds now howling through the chamber. "Harry! Let go! Break the connection!" But Harry couldn't hear them. He and Voldemort were locked in a battle of wills directly through the tesseract itself, their minds connected not just through Harry's scar now, but through the cosmic power they both touched. Within that connection, a final confrontation unfolded. Harry found himself in a place that was neither physical nor entirely mental, a realm of pure concept where thoughts took form and will shaped reality directly. Across from him stood Voldemort, his form shifting between his serpentine body and the handsome Tom Riddle he had once been. "Even now, you cannot win," Voldemort's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "The tesseract responds to power, and my power was not built in a day, Potter. Decades of magical mastery. Horcruxes ensuring my immortality. What can you possibly offer to counter that?" Harry considered the question seriously. What did he have that could match Voldemort's decades of magical knowledge, his single-minded pursuit of power? The answer came not in words but in images, feelings, connections. Ron and Hermione standing beside him through countless dangers. Sirius offering him a home. The DA members learning to defend themselves. Dumbledore's quiet wisdom. His parents' sacrifice. "I have something you destroyed in yourself long ago, Tom," Harry said finally. "Something you sacrificed for power, piece by piece, Horcrux by Horcrux." "Love," Voldemort sneered. Dumbledore's favorite answer. "How has love served you, Potter? Has it kept you safe? Has it given you power?" "It's given me purpose," Harry answered simply. "And the tesseract responds to purpose more than power. You see it as a weapon, a tool for domination. I see it as a way home, not just for the Avengers, but for the cosmic force it contains." As he spoke, Harry became aware of other presences in this strange in-between place. The Avengers, not physically present, but their essences somehow connected through the Tesseract. Thor's ancient wisdom. Steve's unwavering moral compass. Tony's brilliant, creative mind. Bruce's duality and inner struggle. Natasha's adaptability. Clint's focus and perception. And beyond them, more connections, to his own world, to the people fighting above them in Hogwarts, to the very magic that had defined his life. Understanding bloomed within Harry like dawn breaking. The Tesseract doesn't belong to either of us, Tom. It doesn't belong to anyone. It's a fundamental force given form, and it needs to return to its proper place in the cosmos. Sentimental drivel, Voldemort spat, but uncertainty had crept into his voice. Around them, the conceptual space was shifting, responding to Harry's realization rather than Voldemort's desire for control. You've spent your life trying to master death, to control power, Harry continued. I'm offering to let go of both. To accept that some forces aren't meant to be controlled. The Tesseract, represented in this space as a perfect cube of blue light, began to move, not toward either of them, but into a configuration that connected them both while remaining independent of their wills. No. Voldemort lunged for it desperately. It is mine to command. Mine to control. That's why you'll always lose in the end, Harry said sadly. Because some things can't be possessed. They can only be understood and respected. With those words, Harry did the one thing Voldemort could never do, he released his will entirely, surrendering to the Tesseract's own purpose rather than imposing his upon it. The effect was immediate and definitive. The conceptual space collapsed around them, reality reasserting itself with brutal force. In the Chamber of Secrets, the portal created by the Tesseract expanded suddenly, engulfing Harry, Voldemort, and the Avengers who had fought their way to the chamber during the chaos. A final, blinding flash of blue light filled the entire chamber before collapsing into perfect darkness. When Ron and Hermione could see again, the Tesseract was gone. So were Harry, Voldemort, and the Avengers. Where the portal had been, only a circular scorch mark remained on the chamber floor, still smoking slightly in the aftermath of cosmic power. Harry! Hermione screamed into the empty space. Harry! But there was no answer. The Chamber of Secrets was silent save for the distant sounds of battle still raging in the castle above. The Tesseract had taken them, somewhere else. Harry Potter awoke to the strange sensation of lying on metal rather than stone. Opening his eyes cautiously, he found himself staring up at an unfamiliar ceiling, sleek, modern, with recessed lighting that was definitely not magical in nature. "Welcome back to the land of the living, kid," came Tony Stark's voice from nearby. "Gotta say, your interdimensional travel method lacks finesse, but it gets the job done." Harry sat up gingerly, discovering that he was in what appeared to be a high-tech medical bay. Through large windows, he could see the Manhattan skyline, the same view he'd glimpsed through the dimensional windows in the chamber. "We're, in your world?" he asked, trying to process what had happened. "Avengers Tower, specifically," Tony confirmed, approaching Harry's bedside. He looked different somehow, more relaxed in his native environment, though still bearing the scrapes and bruises from the battle at Hogwarts. The Tesseract apparently decided that if everyone was going to fight over it, it might as well bring the party back to its home dimension. "What about the others?" "Ron, Hermione, still in your world, as far as we can tell," Tony replied. The portal only transported those with direct Tesseract connections at the moment of convergence. "Meaning you, us, and Voldemort," Harry finished, suddenly alert. "Where is he?" "Contained, for now." Tony's expression grew more serious. "Thor and Dyar. Strange, our resident wizard, you'll meet him later, have him in a specialized magical prison. Being cut off from his Horcruxes has weakened him significantly, but he's still dangerous." Harry absorbed this information, trying to make sense of the extraordinary events that had brought him here. "How long have I been unconscious?" "About 12 hours. You took the brunt of the dimensional transit. Probably because of your connection to both Voldemort and the Tesseract. And the Tesseract itself? Secure in a containment field that makes our previous attempts look like a kid's science project, Tony assured him. No one's touching that cube again without unanimous Avenger approval and about 50 layers of security clearance. Harry nodded, relieved but still concerned about his friends back home. Is there any way to send me back? Tony's expression softened slightly. We're working on it. The Tesseract is stable now, but using it for dimensional transport again so soon would be risky. Thor's consulting with some contacts in Asgard about safer methods. Before Harry could respond, the medical bay door opened to admit the other Avengers. Thor's booming voice filled the room immediately. The young wizard awakens. Well done, Harry Potter. Few mortals could have withstood such cosmic forces with their minds intact. Steve Rogers offered a more subdued but equally warm welcome. Glad to see you up and about, son. You showed exceptional courage back there. Natasha and Clint nodded their greetings, while Bruce approached to check Harry's vital signs with professional interest. Your magical physiology is fascinating, the scientist commented. Your body's already adapted to the dimensional transition in ways that shouldn't be possible. Magic, Harry shrugged with a small smile. It rarely does what it's supposed to. A principle I'm becoming intimately familiar with, Bruce agreed. The reunion was interrupted by an alarm from Tony's phone. He checked it, his expression growing more focused. Voldemort's containment cell. He's requesting to speak with you, Harry. The room went silent, all eyes turning to Harry. You don't have to, Steve said firmly. After what you've been through, no, I should, Harry decided, sliding off the medical bed. This might be the only chance I have to confront him without one of us trying to kill the other. We'll be monitoring everything, Tony assured him. One sign of magical funny business, and we shut it down. Harry nodded his appreciation and followed the Avengers through the gleaming corridors of the tower. Eventually, they reached a secure area deep within the building's lower levels. Multiple security checkpoints later, they stood before a circular chamber constructed of what appeared to be glass but was undoubtedly something far stronger. Within the chamber, Lord Voldemort sat cross-legged on the floor, his red eyes closed in what seemed like meditation. Without the Tesseract energy enhancing him, he appeared smaller somehow, though no less dangerous. We'll be right outside, Steve assured Harry as a door opened to admit him to an antechamber adjacent to the containment cell. Harry entered alone, facing Voldemort through the transparent barrier. For a moment, neither spoke, each taking the measure of the other in this strange new context. Harry Potter, Voldemort finally broke the silence, opening his eyes. The boy who lived. Now the boy who traveled between worlds. Tom Riddle, Harry replied evenly. A long way from Hogwarts. A flicker of anger crossed Voldemort's serpentine features at the use of his birth name, but he controlled it. Indeed. Your friends have explained our situation. Fascinating, is it not? Two wizards from one reality, stranded in another. Is that why you wanted to see me? To discuss interdimensional travel theory? In part, Voldemort admitted. But also to understand what transpired in the chamber. The Tesseract responded to you differently than to me. I would know why. Harry considered whether to answer truthfully, then decided there was no harm in it. Intent. The Tesseract responded to purpose more than power. Your purpose was control. Mine was restoration. A subtle distinction, Voldemort mused. Yet evidently a critical one. He studied Harry with unsettling intensity. Our connection remains, even in this world. I can sense you still, though, differently. Harry nodded. He had noticed it too, the connection was changed, less intrusive somehow. Without your Horcruxes, your soul is more contained. Less fragmented. An interesting theory, Voldemort acknowledged. Though it raises a rather pressing question. Without access to my Horcruxes, am I truly immortal anymore? Or has our interdimensional journey rendered me vulnerable? I don't know, Harry answered honestly. But I'm not here to kill you, if that's what you're asking. No. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in what might have been amusement. How very Dumbledore of you. Believing in redemption even for Lord Voldemort. Not redemption, Harry corrected. Justice. The Avengers have their own methods for dealing with people who threaten their world. And you're their problem now. For the moment, Voldemort agreed, too easily. But consider this, Harry Potter. In this world without magic, or with very different magic, at least, are we not more alike than different? Two wizards stranded in a realm of muggles and monsters. We're nothing alike, Harry stated firmly. We never have been. No. Voldemort tilted his head slightly. Two half-bloods, raised among muggles, finding our true place in a magical world. Both marked by prophecy. Both connected by forces beyond ordinary understanding. He gestured to the containment field separating them. Both now prisoners, after a fashion. I'm not a prisoner, Harry objected. Aren't you? Can you leave this tower? Return to our world at will. Conjure even the simplest spell without their monitoring and concern. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. We are curiosities here, Harry. Specimens from another reality. Power to be studied and contained. Despite himself, Harry felt a chill at these words. Not because he believed the Avengers would treat him as Voldemort described, but because there was a kernel of truth in the observation. He was stranded here, dependent on their help to return home. Your manipulations won't work here, Tom, he said finally. Whatever you're planning, whatever angle you're working, the Avengers have dealt with worse than you. Have they? Voldemort seemed genuinely curious. Perhaps. But they have never encountered magic like ours. Even their Thor, with his Asgardian powers, follows different rules. Before Harry could respond, the door to the antechamber opened, and Tony stepped in. Time's up. Evil noseless wizard needs his beauty sleep. We'll speak again, Harry Potter, Voldemort said, settling back into his meditative posture. We have much to discuss, you and I. About home. About power. About the nature of reality itself. As Harry left the containment area, he couldn't shake the feeling that Voldemort was playing a longer game than any of them realized. Even here, stripped of his followers, his Horcruxes, and the Tesseract's power, he projected absolute confidence. He's planning something, Harry said to the assembled Avengers once they were back in the tower's main levels. Of course he is, Natasha agreed. Megalomaniacs like him always have contingency plans. Which is why his containment cell has 16 redundant security systems, 3 of which he doesn't even know exist, Tony added. Plus constant surveillance. And the magical wards I have placed upon it would challenge even the most skilled Asgardian sorcerers, Thor assured him. Your Dark Lord remains securely imprisoned. Harry wanted to believe them, but years of facing Voldemort had taught him never to underestimate the Dark Lord's resourcefulness. What happens now? He asked instead. To him, to me, to the Tesseract. The Tesseract goes back to Asgard, Thor declared firmly. As should have happened after the Chitauri invasion. Its power is too great to remain on Midgard. As for you, Steve said kindly, you're our guest, not our prisoner. We'll find a way to get you home, Harry. I promise. And until then, Tony clapped him on the shoulder, consider this a dimensional exchange program. You can teach us about your brand of magic, we'll show you how science works. Cultural enrichment all around. Despite his concerns about Voldemort and his worry for his friends back home, Harry found himself smiling. There was something infectious about the Avengers' confidence, their easy camaraderie even after all they'd been through. I'd like that, he admitted. Though fair warning, I'm rubbish at potions. Leave the chemistry to Bruce and me, Tony grinned. You can focus on the whole swish and flick business. Though without your wand. Harry's hand went instinctively to his pocket, surprised to find his wand still there. He withdrew it cautiously. I didn't expect this to work here, in a world without magic. Give it a try, Bruce suggested, scientific curiosity evident in his expression. Just, maybe something non-explosive for the first test. Hesitantly, Harry pointed his wand at a nearby coffee mug. Wingardium Leviosa. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the mug wobbled slightly before rising a few inches into the air. Fascinating, Bruce breathed, already reaching for a scanner. Your magic is actually functioning in our dimension, albeit at reduced effectiveness. Which suggests the dimensional barriers are still thin, Thor observed. The convergence may have ended, but its effects linger. Is that bad? Harry asked, letting the mug settle back down. Not necessarily, Thor assured him. But it may explain why you retained your magical abilities while crossing between worlds. It might also be the key to getting you home, Tony added thoughtfully. If the barriers remain permeable. Their speculations were interrupted by Jarvis's voice. Sir, Director Fury is on the line. He seems displeased about the unauthorized interdimensional visitors and, quote, the potential extinction level event happening in my backyard without so much as a courtesy call, end quote. Tony winced. Tell him we're handling it, Jay. He insists on a full briefing within the hour, sir. His exact words were, I can imagine his exact words, Tony interrupted hastily. Tell him we'll conference in 30 minutes. As the Avengers dispersed to prepare for their meeting with Fury, Harry found himself standing by the tower's vast windows, looking out over a New York City both familiar and utterly alien from the glimpses he'd seen through the dimensional windows. Thor joined him, his reflection appearing beside Harry's in the glass. Troubled thoughts, young wizard. Just, processing, Harry admitted. Yesterday I was at Hogwarts, fighting Voldemort. Now I'm in another dimension, in a tower full of superheroes, with Voldemort imprisoned downstairs and no clear way home. Thor nodded understanding. The first time I was banished to Midgard, to Earth, I felt similarly displaced. But I came to see that sometimes, journeys to unexpected realms happen for a purpose. What purpose could this serve? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Perhaps to show you possibilities beyond the confines of your own world, Thor suggested. Or perhaps to give you perspective on the conflict that has defined your life. Harry considered this. Voldemort seems smaller here, he confessed. In our world, he's this looming threat, this all-powerful dark wizard. Here, he's just one more problem for the Avengers to deal with. Context changes perception, Thor agreed. Though do not mistake containment for diminishment. Your Dark Lord remains dangerous, particularly as he adapts to this new environment. You think he'll escape? I think, Thor said carefully, that beings of great power and greater ambition rarely remain confined for long. But when he does attempt to break free, he will discover that the Avengers are formidable opponents indeed. And where does that leave me? Harry asked, the question that had been troubling him most. Am I just waiting to go home? Or am I an Avenger now too? Thor smiled, clapping a hand on Harry's shoulder with enough force to make his knees buckle slightly. That, Harry Potter, is entirely up to you. But know this, you faced cosmic power and a dark wizard simultaneously, and emerged victorious. Few could claim such a feat. Avenger or not, you have earned both respect and rest. Rest. The word struck Harry as almost comical given the circumstances, yet he suddenly realized just how exhausted he was, not just physically, but emotionally and magically drained from the extraordinary events of the past days. Thank you, he said simply. For everything. Thank me when we have returned you safely to your friends, Thor replied. Until then, consider yourself an honorary Asgardian. We have a long tradition of adopting strays from other realms. His eyes twinkled with humor. Just ask Loki. When he's not trying to conquer worlds, that is. As Thor left to join the others, Harry remained by the window, watching the sunset paint New York's skyline in hues of gold and crimson. Somewhere in another dimension, Hogwarts was either celebrating victory or still fighting. Ron and Hermione were surely worried sick about him. The wizarding world was continuing without him. Yet here he stood, in a place he never could have imagined, facing challenges he never anticipated. And somehow, despite everything, despite Voldemort's imprisonment nearby, despite the uncertainty of his return home, despite the sheer impossibility of his situation, Harry Potter found himself smiling. After all, what was one more impossible adventure in a life already full of them? The sun set on Manhattan, and somewhere deep in the tower, plans were already being made, for Harry's return journey, for Voldemort's long-term containment, for the Tesseract's transfer to Asgard. The story wasn't over. Perhaps it was just beginning. But for this moment, in this strange new world filled with heroes and wonders, Harry allowed himself to simply be. Not the boy who lived. Not the chosen one. Just Harry Potter, wizard exchange student to the Avengers, temporarily displaced between dimensions but finding his footing nonetheless. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. For tonight, that was enough. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.